Labas rytas, visi susirinkę.
Good morning, everyone.
Sveiki visi, kurie stebi mūsų portale.
Good morning, everyone here in this location. Welcome to all those who are watching us online. I would like to welcome you to the 18th Lithuanian Urban Forum. Let's give a round of applause. And if you hear me, I'm a journalist, Živilė Kropaitė. Have you been to other forums? This is the 18th for you. Please raise your hands. Ms. Motieka, and there are some other hands. Who is here for the first time? Even more hands, some 1/4. Who is here for the first time in this quite strange space? Yes, quite a lot of you. And who is coming here all the time and having coffee and cocktails here on the terrace? No, not a lot of you. This is an exceptional experience for you. If not, please come. In the spring, who knows the 15th-minute urban or city concept? Almost everyone. I will skip this explanation, but we will talk a lot about that. If you know that, I think you know lots of arguments against, and we will also listen to those arguments. But today, our topic is the 15-minute city, solutions for sustainable growth, and how cities have to change so they can ensure high welfare level, sustainability, also climate change, which is really very relevant today. And my last comment, maybe there are some of you here who think that cities shouldn't be changing. It's okay as they are. No one thinks this way. It's great. I'm very happy about that. Who thinks that climate change is not a threat? I do hope that you don't think so. Thank you very much. The partners of this event are Vilnius City Municipality and the Real Estate Development Association that is celebrating their 20th anniversary. Let's give them a round of applause. And you will have a QR code that we'll be using during our discussion. Hashtag urbanism, and you can put your comments and questions there. I will see them during the discussion, and I will try to react to them. And I will remind to you, if you need to scan this code, please do that. Hashtag urbanistica. Then you can go directly to the website and ask a question. That's it. I would like to give the floor to Simonas Gentvilas, the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Lithuania. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Živilė. Good morning, colleagues here in Naujoji Vilnia. And good morning to all those who are watching us online and on Delphi portal. The Forum of Urbanism, together with the Ministry of Environment and Vilnius City Municipality and Real Estate Development Association, tries to discuss current trends, also to take stock of what is happening, and we also have foreign guests here. So I would like to thank all those who have come from Benelux countries, from Denmark, and it is really very important to us because Lithuania will have to become climate neutral country within 25 years, and urban structure is a structure that has been for centuries here. It outlives the buildings, and urban infrastructure actually impacts our life, our way our mobility, how we use global and Lithuanian resources. Quite often we don't understand that during our professional career, our planet will have to become climate neutral and also resilient to different climate accidents and natural disasters. Today we are building a new infrastructure. We have to rebuild the cities that have to respond to the challenges of the coming centuries and not decades. And our competitive business, which is a driver in our country, is our partner to develop infrastructure, and business needs predictability. That's why we have to be critical in discussing how we are building our country, our cities, and this is what this forum is about. Today, we are also talking about other dimensions, social inclusion, also access to housing, and it is quite symbolic that this government will adopt new rules on accessibility to housing and housing policy as a part of the objectives for the Ministry of Environment. The focus today is actually to live in the cities without cars, to live in the communities where all the services are accessible within 15 minutes reach. So educating kids without needing to take them in cars, also integrating all the services for the members of the community. This is the city where the buildings become multifunctional, not monofunctional. And we will talk about the prerequisite for sustainability. We need to rebuild the cities, and that such cities will be less polluted, there will be less concrete there, and less asphalt, and will reduce the travel time. These are the cities that could strengthen our social cohesion, the cities where physical mobility is higher, the cities that are meant for communication. This year was very important for the reforms, for regulation. On the 1st of November, we adopted a new reform that enable cities to become vertical, not horizontal, and that we can change the buildings, we can treat buildings in a different way, they can be multifunctional. Here, as urban planners, senior architects, also professionals, also real estate developers, can we really use this tipping point? In recent changes, we had also differences and changes in urban planning and land purpose change. Also, there are lots of communities living in the cities that are called garden communities, and hundreds of Lithuanians live in such buildings that were meant only for summer. And please discuss on such topics that focus on long-term sustainability on our cities, on the topics that are good practice examples about city leadership. And we will hear a lot about that from Robertas Derges. How can we really enable city developers and also the urban development departments as thinkers, also as brainstormers, that will be able to take care of sustainable development, from local projects here in Vilnius, from Svencelė in Klaipėda or Utena general plan, to focus on sustainable development. These issues are really important to us as regulators, legislators, urban leaders. Public sector is not alone. And private sector is also very important, is the key, and 99% of the investment into commercial buildings and housing come from private sector. We have to have trust in it. We have to make the legislatory framework predictable, clear, and for all of us. And only such a balance and also dialogue in this urban forum enables us to go forward and rebuild the cities. I declare this forum open and have a good discussion and good inspirations. Thank you very much for such a beautiful beginning. Thank you for the announcement. And now let me give the floor to the board member from Lithuanian Real Estate Development Association and Confederation of Industrialists, Robertas Dargis. Good morning, colleagues, friends. There are quite a lot of you, also those who are watching us online. I'm really guilty for taking such important time from you, for pushing this conference to happen, for all of us to come and discuss on very important issues. 18 years ago, together with the senior architect of Vilnius, the late Danas Ruseckas, we decided on the idea to launch Urbanist Forum, and we actually collected people from our workplace to change the planning because we were thinking about the development of independent Lithuania, whether our legislation enables us to work or we need a new approach to reconstruct, to rebuild the city. Because one of the most important things has changed. We became independent, free, and something that never existed, private ownership. The relationship between the private ownership and state emerged. We do remember how the politicians assessed our work, that maybe urban planning and the Ministry of Environment is not so important. They merged this ministry together with Building and Urban Ministry. The then politicians thought that's the best decision and governance will be ensured. What happened? We became really not so important. The urban planning became something secondary, and we did not understand the processes that were happening in the country. So this protection was a dominant concept. We tried to protect because that was the fundamental value for us. And we tried to look and treat the management of cities in a different way. And I do remember the first government that tried to ensure that the Ministry of Agriculture should give lots of responsibilities to the Ministry of Environment, at least the territorial planning policy, because it has to have also land management policy, because it is part and parcel. Well, we managed Prime Minister Kubilius in 2008 to do so. Then during the huge crisis, the Conservatives became the ruling majority. And that the land has to be, land policy should be given to the Ministry of the Environment, to the cities, because it is the city managing the land, which is the main resource, could really tell for the future what type of the city it's going to be within 10 or 20 years. Then the former president became did so that the situation went back to the previous stage. But now, as of the 1st of January, the cities became managing their land. Why am I talking about that for quite a while? And why do I think that this is really important? Because today, it's not the real estate developers, not Eika, Citus, or other real estate developer is a real developer of the city. It is self-governance. Self-governance is the leader for development. They have to have their vision, what type of city they want to see within 10 or 15 years. Only then we can understand what we want. They have all the resources at hand. They have the land and the things that drive the development of cities. Because it is self-governance that has to see not a separate land plot. We want to create, we can't really create the future of the city within 20 acres. We have to develop it, the city in big spaces, in quarters, and have a vision. And when you see all the layers, the layer of the economy, infrastructure, also healthcare, you can see the development of the city. Well, let me remember the late Danas Ruseckas, the then chief architect of the city. He drafted Vilnius plan for Vilnius leaders to implement their ideas to create what we're talking about today. I think we need to turn back to the building or creation of the city. The 21st century changes the understanding of the city, the changes in technology, social changes, environmental changes really change the face of the city. The minister said we don't have pure territories, industrial, residential, also city zone. No, the technologies change the face of the city and the zones. The city becomes multifunctional. I do remember back in 2004, I went to Hamburg, Hafen City developer. I think you saw this new part of the city in 100 square hectares. I saw the city for the first time with a shop, also office spaces, and then apartments. And then there was a kindergarten, and everything is in one building because people live in that territory and technologies help them to live in a space, in a 15-minute reach city, as we call it today. So the backbone of the city is the community that lives here and now, and it has to be a participant. Without our contribution, without the ability to bring us together, we can't build a good and convenient city. So I think today we have to speak about the ability of leaders to include people into the building of the city. Well, we need to speak about Vilnius because it's one of the most important cities. And today we have everything, I think, for good growth here in Vilnius. Vilnius economy is growing at its fastest pace. Also, the pace of technologies change our life. And I recently had lunch with the Unicorn Association and startups. We have billion worth companies here in Vilnius that within 5 or 6 years they are planning to generate 20 or 15% of GDP with their products. Imagine the amount of money, also the investment into the cities. The salaries are growing. We have quite a lot of universities, academics, about 50,000 students studying different universities. And these universities are growing and attracting foreign students. And I used to speak with a rector who said that thousands of foreign students come here to study in Vilnius. They bring a different understanding and they change the face of the city. We have medical cluster, a huge university, clinics, also hospital that can generate new research centers incorporating with pharmaceutical companies. Longevity is a key word today, so there's a lot of scope in that. Foreign investment is flowing into our city. We have to understand that we have lots of opportunities to invest to create future. And we have big opportunities. So what do we need to do? I think one of the prerequisites is to have clear plans and clear ambitions. What type of city we're going to, where we want to see. Let us think how many inhabitants will be in Vilnius in 2040. 800,000, 700,000. How many we can attract? 15 years ago, somebody said that the future belongs to the cities, not regions and states. And I think Vilnius has a great ambition and can grow up to 1 million inhabitant city. Also, I talked to real estate developers, and they said that it's important to ensure infrastructure because infrastructure will determine the development of the city. We have not only city dwellers but also others, foreigners who commute, and we spend quite a lot of time in traffic jams. And I think only efficient infrastructure, road infrastructure, is important. We're talking about the improvement of environmental quality. Vilnius is one of the greenest cities. And I think we have lots of opportunities here for global leaders to cooperate with the others and to rebuild green zones so they are more attractive to people. Also, regeneration of parks are important. We are contributing to that. We can do even more and better. We are concentrating on one tree very often, which stops the planning. But a tree is important as a human being because they grow, they die, and if they stop territorial planning, infrastructural planning, we need to stop and think. Maybe we can plant tens of thousands of trees and plan the territory so they are approachable, good for the city inhabitants. One very important aspect is economy as well. Better, more productive use of engineering infrastructure could help us to better use the city transport. And I do believe that majority of city inhabitants here come after the war, and we are still feeling nostalgic about the collective consciousness, trees, rivers, lakes, and we have to understand that the city that is the economic center, is a city with all its attributes. Just to compare, Barcelona and Vilnius in terms of size are the same, but not in terms of the inhabitants. You do know that. I will not comment. You will see differences. I'm not talking about the fact that we need to speak about the accessibility and affordability of buildings and housing. Housing, is the price is increasing, there is a lack of supply, and too much of a demand. Municipal housing is also very important for those who find it hard to access housing. We also need to speak about the territories around Vilnius. We have great infrastructure and good opportunities to reach Vilnius, and we have good technologies. But we have to speak about Vievis, Trakai, the territories close to Vilnius that could really help us to develop Vilnius and to access Vilnius by fast train. We can reach Vilnius within 15 minutes, and maybe we can help people to live in a cleaner, better environment for those which is important. When talking about Vilnius city is a driver of Lithuanian economy. Here we are generating the majority of GDP. And today we can ask you whether you've heard or you know a person who has planned investment into Vilnius. I asked whether anyone knows how much money was invested into Vilnius within this decade and into what sector. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what has been happening for those 10 years. And I'm talking about all the investment, private and public. And I do believe that we need to know not to what extent we're investing, but also where do we want to invest, what sectors are important, to what extent we want to attract investment, and how things should change within 10 or 15 years. Politicians quite often are discussing, especially the new ones, that we will need to do something about the real estate tax. And they're just talking about that. Somebody said that you need to introduce it, and they are talking about that. I do believe that the real estate tax is the main instrument for managing and planning the city. Via this tax, when consolidating the funds, we can open up the window for new opportunities and investment in order to have a high quality and clean city.
We talked about the future of Klaipėda, and from the 1st of January, they will have a pillow tax, a so-called pillow tax. So if you have spent the night in a hotel, you have to pay a sort of pillow tax. They thought they would collect about €500,000 in a year. And they talked with managers of hotels that this money will be dedicated so that their opportunities would grow. And this cooperated fund will have returns to that specific sector. I think that today we have to talk about consolidating territories. And municipality plays the main role in this. And it can meet the needs of all people who are working or spending leisure time. So we do not have to meet the needs of a particular developer. I also want to give the example of Birmingham. People left the city, went to outskirts, but then the municipality managed to cooperate 8-hectare territory. They reinvented that territory. They managed to rebuild that area and put specific conditions. I think the city should have creative workshops that would work all the time, so that people would be able to participate interactively in the creation of the city. I don't think we use the potential that much. We have universities that prepare architects, urban designers. So their participation, their doctoral thesis could be used for the problems that we have at the moment and their solution. I'm not even talking about social aspects of the city. We need professional sociologists and sociologues and all the professionals who would participate in the development of the city. What kind of vision they have for the city. One of the instruments could be a private partnership project, which would allow the private and the public sector to give services important to our city dwellers. I also promised one sculptor, Mr. Gutauskas, to mention that we lack sculptures in the city. And we should give credit to art spaces. And so we should use opportunities in the city so that we could attract artists, sculptors or other artists, so that they could use their art to create spaces in the city. So what am I offering in this forum? What should we do? Together with the Chamber of Architects, with city administration, city community and academic community, we have to have a live forum where we could exchange ideas and create the city. Because you can have a perfect leader, a perfect mayor of the city, but no single person would be able to do everything him or herself. So this kind of platform, Vilnius Forum, would be perfect for exchange of ideas. We also have to include council members, city council members, in city planning, because they are decision makers. So their participation is very important. Also, we have to discuss the full planning and negotiation process together with city administration, urban planners and urban designers, because this process has to be very clear, obvious, and easy to predict. We may need to change some legal acts so that we could achieve this. They also have an offer of an ombudsman's institute or other institutes that would allow us to solve issues concerning urban matters, so that we would not be halted by some issues, but we would rather be able to move forward. And one of the most important documents that would allow for the future of the city would be the general plan of the city that we should review at least once in 2 years, so that we would meet the needs of the time. I'm sorry that I've took too much time, but my main idea is that city leaders must have a vision, what they are creating, what they want to achieve, and we have to know the main points of that leadership, where we're going, what we're doing, and then offer, suggest projects that are meaningful. But this depends on our engagement, on your engagement. And then and then we'll see what Vilnius our children and grandchildren will see. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robertas. Don't leave the stage yet. Could you answer, let's say that you're the mayor of the city, what would be the first job that you would do? I would create the forum of all the communities that we have in Vilnius, and then we discuss the vision of the city. Thank you very much, Robertas Dargis. Give a round of applause.
I
think that the Minister of Environment said already that we have not only local presenters but also international presenters. So we will be speaking in 2 languages. Why am I saying this? Because we have an interpretation, but in order for this to be successful, we need speakers to speak directly into the microphone.
If you could sort of keep your mouth kind of next to the microphone, that will be very useful to all of the interpreters. And I'm very happy to introduce the concept of the 15-minute city, the case of Copenhagen. Beyond the 15-minute city, lessons from Copenhagen.
We will hear a presentation from a founder and president of JRDV Urban International, Morten Jensen.
Of JRDV Urban International, Mr. Morten Jensen. Let's welcome you on stage. We're all going to give you a big round of applause, and we're all ears. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be here at this very important point in the history of Vilnius and of Lithuania. The 15-minute city, I think it's a wonderful lens to look at the urban transformation of Copenhagen and how it may apply to Vilnius and to Lithuania. So what is the 15-minute city? It's a term that's used quite a bit these days. But it's actually a quite simple concept. And the concept is that in a 15-minute city, you don't have people living in one place, working in a different place, shopping in a different place, and having to drive between the different places and being educated in different places. It's the idea that they're all mixed together within a 15-minute walkable area. Now, there's many different ways of actually analyzing this in data. And if you look at if you go to different websites, you type in the 15-minute city, you type in Vilnius, for example, you get these maps, the kind of heat maps that show what is the proximity between the different areas. And these are 2 different sites here for Vilnius, and here are 2 different sites that show for Copenhagen. So you can see it's the old city centers that actually are already 15-minute cities, and then it's the suburbs that are not the 15-minute cities. But I'm not going to dive into all the mathematics of all that. I think it's more important to speak generally. And what we're going to do today, very quickly, is go through a journey of a different city, of Copenhagen, that for 1,000 years has developed just like Vilnius. And I think there's some stories from Copenhagen that are interesting and are instructive, I think, to all of you here so that you can learn from the projects that have happened there. So first of all, in Copenhagen, we've actually been doing something kind of like the 15-minute city for quite a long time. Even for 10 years, it's been the policy that the new districts in Copenhagen are not 15-minute cities. They should actually be 5-minute cities. So it's even closer. And so that's an older concept. But the concept of the 15-minute city, you've probably heard it a lot. There was a book that just came out by Carlos Moreno. He was an advisor to Mayor Ana Hidalgo of Paris, was very instrumental in a lot of the planning in Paris. They're talking about the 15-minute city, but Copenhagen has been doing it for a long time. And as we will see, actually Vilnius has also been doing it for a very long time. But Copenhagen is striving to be more than just a 15-minute city. It's a 5-minute city. It's also a polycentric city. So it's not a city, I think, in terms of the city planning that's happened, particularly over the last 30 years, that is so focused on trying to create one big urban hub and having everyone come into that hub, but rather create a series of different hubs that are somewhat non-hierarchically connected to each other. It's also a car minimum city, and the goal for next year is that only 25% of travel within the city is actually by car. It's by walking, it's by bicycle, and by rail. It's also a public sociability city because there's issues all around the world of loneliness and of people being isolated, spending too much time on the screens, spending too much time with their own sort of personal comforts that they create in their own little bubble of their house or in their car. But that to have a real democracy, to really participate in society, you need to have outdoor public places that are good public places, that are the stage upon which we work. And then there's also the inclusion city, that it's really important that we're not just creating a really wonderful environment and place just for the top 5% where they can have a 5-minute city of wonderful amenities, places to live, to go to school and work, like a wonderful resort. That's the problem, that you can create such a fantastic city, but if it's not for all people of all ages and incomes and backgrounds, then it's not really a very good 15-minute city. So I'm going to start here with a map. So this is Vilnius on my left and Copenhagen on the right. And what are we looking at here? We're looking at the two medieval cities. They're actually almost the exact same size. They're both kind of roughly around the same age, 1,000 years old that they started. They started as walled cities, as cities go. But I think that, so even though the cities are actually quite different, whereas Vilnius is an inland city and Copenhagen is a harbor city, they really do start from old walled cities. And I think that's a good point to begin to talk about Copenhagen. So we actually will talk just first a tiny bit about Vilnius, which of course all of you know very well, and I've only been here for one day, and I don't know so well. But I think you can begin to see that there are some commonalities. First of all, here we have Vilnius by the river as it was founded. Here you can see it from above. You can see there's a hierarchy of different squares and streets. And then you go down to eye level. You can see it's a very sweet and engaging place that you really, it's a joy to be a pedestrian. It's a joy to walk in the city. You feel like you're part of it because there's architectural variety, there's history, there's layers, and the proportions of the buildings is very legible. Every person, every child, every old person can understand the city. After the medieval city, there's what I call the 19th century city. I think you call it the New Town, perhaps, here. And you can see how it grew out. And the New Town, it's not as cozy and small as the medieval city, but it has buildings that were individually built by different people on different blocks. It has a nice scale, and it's a very, very pleasant place to be. But then something happened. And by the way, both the medieval city and the 19th century city were 15-minute cities. They were 5-minute cities. People lived in them cities, people worked there, they had their amenities, their shopping, their whole lives took place in those cities. But then something very strange happened. The idea of the 15-minute city, we think of it as a new concept. It's actually a super old concept. But something very strange happened all over the world, that all of a sudden, it was almost like people completely lost their mind. Because if you see, this is the inverse of it. This is what was built really after World War II. And it wasn't just here, it was everywhere, as we have seen. And then almost all the lessons that the cities had taught us for 1,000 years were almost completely ignored. So that the cities become, that first of all, people are traveling by car in these kind of little enclosed plastic bubbles from one place to another. Where you live in one place, you work in another place. There's no legibility to the city. There are not really public spaces in between the buildings that are cozy so that people can act out and learn to be good citizens. These are just some aerial photographs I've taken from Google Earth, but I think they are representative of much of what has happened here in Vilnius after World War II. As a matter of fact, I recognized some of those from our drive yesterday, the views there. So a very similar thing happened in Copenhagen as we'll take the journey through Copenhagen. Here's the medieval city originally. Looks just like Vilnius, a lot of red tile roofs, the same kind of cozy spaces. It's quite an old place. It goes back hundreds of years. Most of those buildings are still there. It's an extremely active city. I think many of you have been in Copenhagen, but this is not even just, this is a very representative picture. That last weekend, my family and I, we were shopping. It was very cold in Copenhagen. There are many, many streets that have so many people on them that are shopping, that are enjoying their family, enjoying being part of the city, and hundreds of restaurants there. So it's a really, really vibrant place, and this is the medieval city. And it looks actually physically quite a bit like it did 100 years ago. So you see on the one side, 100 years ago, the same street, 100 years later, but it's the same building. Some of these buildings have been residential at times, they've been offices or commercial at times, they've had stores, they've had workshops, they may have had animals in it, but they still really, they work absolutely well. They're the right scale. They're interesting places, and they're incredibly durable, and they're buildings that are multi-purpose buildings that can be reused and save the energy and the environment by being so reusable. But Copenhagen, its medieval section, had actually kind of a period right after World War II where it was decided that people were going to drive by car. That was what they were going to do. They were going to live in the suburbs. So virtually all the squares in Copenhagen were filled by cars, just like this. This is actually the oldest square in front of what used to be the city hall in Copenhagen that was completely filled by cars. And even the main street, the Strøget, at one point they thought it was a good idea to take all the people, smash them into the sides, and then just so just a few cars could go by. This is what happened in all of the world. But then Copenhagen was very lucky that in 1962, there was an architect, Jan Gehl, who went to Italy, and he saw something. He saw that there were these pedestrianized streets. And for some reason, he had the charm or the political ability to convince the city of Copenhagen to try an experiment. Let's instead put picnic tables and open up the street and allow people to walk. It was an interesting tipping point. It was only done as an experiment. The experiment could very well have failed. People were very worried that if you took away the cars, no one would come to the stores, the city would die. Fortunately, the tipping point in Copenhagen was such that there were already enough people living there, and that actually the stores, they thrived. And today, and really now we're, many years later, like 50 years later, continually more and more streets are pedestrianized and parking spaces are removed from the city, because when you have a pedestrian city like this, it's actually very good for commerce, for people to dwell and spend time together. So it has been, it's a very interesting experiment in Copenhagen. Copenhagen, just like in Vilnius, has sort of what I call the 19th century city, building of blocks. People, some of them were more affluent than others, some were working class, and people typically would either take a streetcar to places or they would walk to their place of work. This is what they look like in Copenhagen. Some of them were sort of fancier, with fancy apartments here. Here you can see an interesting pram going over the Donna Louises Bridge. And some of them were much more working class. This is a very famous poet in Denmark. But even in the working class areas, there were the nicer apartments that were on the outside. But in the inside, there were more and more rows of apartments in the back that didn't have bathrooms, that were extremely dark, and often there were workshops there. So in the period over the last 40 years, these apartments, and actually these apartments are from the exact same location where the last photograph was taken, these apartments were renovated, and there were bathrooms were put into the buildings. The insides of those courtyards that had all these different sort of what we call Bauhuses, back houses, were demolished, and then there were playgrounds and places that were created for children on the inside. So it's physically a very successful place. But Copenhagen, just like Vilnius, it had the medieval city, it had the 19th century city, which were 15-minute cities. There were probably 5-minute cities. They functioned quite well in many ways. But the same thing happened in Copenhagen as that happened in Vilnius, that virtually everything built after World War II was built quite differently, not 15-minute city. So we had something that we called the finger plan, which was that suddenly people would be living in what were kind of bedroom communities. People were living or primarily residential, all those little stops, you can see those were residential. They might have a little bit of commercial, but not so much at their place. And then people would commute by a regional train into the center of Copenhagen, or they could take a car because there were some motorways built. So this was the finger plan from 1947. And what was produced is kind of like the aerial photographs that I showed of Vilnius, where you suddenly have lots of space between the buildings. It really isn't so cohesive, it's not particularly walkable, and it's no longer really a 15-minute city. And so this happened throughout the city, pretty much, and it happened, of course, all over the world. But Copenhagen, so on this journey that we're going to take looking at Copenhagen, I think it's really interesting to look at the last 30 years, which is one of the more amazing urban transformations in the world. In the previous presentation, Barcelona, Hafen City were mentioned. This would also be up there as an example of where there have been many new urban initiatives that are really, really interesting and are very instructive. What is wonderful about it is that over the last 30 years, there have been about maybe 10 major new districts. Some of them are regeneration, some of them are new districts. But each one of them, I think, became better and learned some principles from the previous districts. I think that's really interesting, and that's a wonderful journey that I think Vilnius can learn from. Now, something Copenhagen had structurally that's totally different than in Vilnius is that we have all these areas that are colored here in orange. And these were major industrial sites. A lot of them were along the harbor in Copenhagen. They're relatively close to the center of the city. And those were opportunities to create new districts and to regenerate. And so you see these districts that are here. And I'll go through kind of a summary of quite a few of these districts and just show you how they learn from each other. So originally, you can see these are what these areas look like. They're actually quite large. And this is actually the district that I live in. It's actually very close. You can walk in about 15 minutes to the center of the city from here. But it was, as you can see, very heavily industrial. So back at this time, before World War II, the primary way that people got around was on prams and streetcars, we call them spoorwagons, that went through the 19th century city. And so people got that way. And also workers used to walk. I mean, so workers would walk to Carlsberg or to the trains, to different places that they were working. A lot were in shipbuilding. So the transformation that's happened, so it's happened over 30 years, and it happened in many different phases. But basically, the plan was that you would take a lot of the land that had been the former brownstones that was actually in ownership by the government, and then regenerate this into new districts. But to do it also with a mobility plan of creating a metro system so that people didn't have to drive to these districts, and so that they were all connected together. And that was what in prioritizing a pedestrian place. That was the idea, and here's the new metro. So the very first district was Kalvebrugge, which actually really is probably the one exception that wasn't the 15-minute, but it was this was in the beginning. Remember, Copenhagen was nearly bankrupt in 1990. It was a city where if you could leave the city, a lot of people did leave the city. They went to the suburbs. Even my family left. My family went all the way to the United States, but people left the city. And so just to even get a process started of getting new development that hadn't happened in the city for a very long time was quite difficult. And one of the first steps was to clean up the Copenhagen harbor that was very polluted, that was very industrial, to get people back. So the first was really to build a series of office buildings, hotels, not so much residential, along the water. But it had an incredibly important lesson, which was to embrace the water, make it more recreational, bring people down to the water's edge. So here you can see new office buildings that are built, new hotel. And it became a recreational area. This is an area called the Wave, so that people, even though the climate is is very cold usually in Denmark, there are some nice sunny days, but even on cold days, many people come down to the water here to go swimming, and people go walk. And I walk and bicycle here nearly every day. So that was a huge step in the right direction. The second district that we'll talk about on this very quick journey through Copenhagen. It's called Ørsted. So this is where there was a huge amount of land. It was filled in the 1930s because there was just a lot of unemployment. And then it was used for various military purposes. But here was the idea, okay, we have this land. It's a bit remote. What if we spent some money, got some loans, built a transportation system, not for cars so much, although there are many cars here, and that would then allow these different blocks to be developed. And who knows whether this was going to be successful or not. So I should say, by the way, I'm painting a very rosy picture of the development history of Copenhagen. When Kurt speaks, he's going to talk about, well, it really wasn't quite so easy, and there were many consequences, unintended consequences, either of this development. But I think each one of these did really learn some very important urban planning principles. So the first was that you would build this rail system, connect it back to the rest of the city, to different parts of the city, and to the airport, and voila, these are new uses. It is a 15-minute city in that there's people who live here, they can easily walk, there's office buildings, there's a shopping center, there's an arena, there's a university, there's a big broadcasting studio. So all of those places are in this place, all the different parts of it, and they all connect back. So this is a huge breakthrough and quite a big project of 25,000 people, I believe, live here. And this is what it looks like at eye level. I think we can see maybe it's not quite as cozy as the 19th century city or the medieval city, but we're on the path. This is a path of improvement. Today, I don't think anyone would build anything that looks like this. This is an office building on the right, a shopping center on the left. It doesn't look like it's such a cozy, sociable place. But as you'll see in the successive developments, people learned from that and then made improvements. And I hope the people in Vilnius can learn from these projects. A district that happened later is called Sydhavn, it's the one that I mentioned, where actually I live. It also had some important lessons. In Sydhavn, people began to look more closely back at the 19th century city, looked at it with a block plan to think, okay, it's okay to live in blocks. We don't need to live in bar buildings. And that the buildings would have differentiated facades and have a scale, a more pedestrian and human scale. And it was very important to create important public places that were primarily pedestrian and involved people of all ages. So you see here a playground, a school, there's a public square, there's retail, and places for people for recreation. And it's really important, I think, particularly in a democracy, that young people can participate in a public setting. So just like when you take kids to a restaurant, that they have good table manners and that they understand how to work and sort of the interplay between the private and the public and learn to behave. So that's what Sydhavn is, a fantastic place. I love to live here because there's this kind of a humanistic emphasis on integrating the different functions and creating a sociable place, much more like the 19th century city and the medieval city. I'm beginning to feel happy when I see these pictures here. A further breakthrough development was one called Nordhavn, another very huge district and only about half built today. Kind of a breakthrough, and you can see the part of Nordhavn that's built is this part here, and that part is still being developed. It's a very large port facility. But in Nordhavn, a breakthrough was, well, it's not just enough just to have the blocks. It's not just enough to have the differentiated architecture. But what we really also need to do is to create a critical mass of retail space in the core of the city so that by having the critical mass, people can actually spend time there and congregate, something that hadn't really happened in Sydhavn. So all those little black dots, those are different stores. And they did something quite interesting here, of where they did a common management system, where it's actually, even though the different blocks are owned by different people, it's leased by one entity that leases all the ground floors, so they can kind of manage it more efficiently like a shopping center. And here you have my wife and daughter. This was last weekend when I was preparing for this presentation. It's a very cold day, but we're out shopping on Aarhusgade. And another district that's regeneration is Carlsbergbyen. Like this factory here, it was an industrial facility. It was the famous Carlsberg beer that you probably know. It was a factory, but here they actually kept the old streets. They kept many of the old buildings. And they inserted new buildings that are quite different into it and created a very interesting juxtaposition between the new and the old, but the new really respected the old in terms of its color. And here you can see a playground, but it's next to a chimney. A lot of interesting little mixtures. So I think that it's a really vital city that doesn't feel like something someone just made up. Now I'm going to show two projects that are now currently under development that learn from all the lessons of the previous ones. This is called Steileplassen. It's a little bit beyond Sydholm. And it's interesting because it's where there was some organic development where, and I'm not sure exactly the history of it, but there is a little place right there. There's a little place where there were people that had made handmade houses, which is now right there, over time that was right by the water. And they had actually kind of a wonderful little sort of organic urbanism about them. And people didn't want another new development in Copenhagen with the same kind of types of apartments that could have been anywhere. They wanted to really take a unique story. And I think when Vilnius thinks about creating different districts within Vilnius and around Vilnius, they should all have their own personality. And here they decided the personality was based on the history of this city. So you can see the new development, which is what most of this drawing is. They're buildings that have different shapes and colors and materials that reflect the history of those homemade houses. These are the homemade houses. And believe it or not, what you see on the below are the sample panels. They're actually building this. And you can see the construction workers are looking at the panels to see how they're going to make it. And up above are the elevations. So this will be extremely interesting to see how this development happens. And these are some renderings. And this shows also how sociability is really important, what we talked about. That this is going to be a place where people are not going to spend so much time looking at their screens, being lonely. People are going to come outdoors and they're going to spend time with the citizens and have a real community. And then the final one that's under development, also currently under construction, is Fjelleby. And it's very close to the Ørsted, and it's kind of based on a concept, because it's kind of out in some green area, let's try to look at old villages and how the village streets came together, but do it at a denser scale, more like an apartment. So you can see there's a variety of buildings. It's really focused on, just like what we saw in Nørhavn, on a central circulation artery, so you know where you see people. There's a real legibility to it. It isn't like the non-15-minute city after the war where, it's totally illegible. This is really legible. Every child, every old person knows exactly how it works. There's a mixture of uses here. It's super sustainable. It doesn't use concrete so much. I'm sure it has some concrete, but it's basically a wood structure. And they've mixed in people of different backgrounds, whether it be old people that are pensioners or young people, students even. And it is a true 15-minute city of services, schools, and so forth, as you can see. And this is what that looks like. And then the very last example that I'll show is something that even our office has worked a little bit on. This big green line that comes through, that is a new light rail system that will open, one line, that'll open in next year. And this red line is the pinky of the finger plan. And they come together at a place that is theoretically a wonderful urban hub, but unfortunately, it's not in very good condition. It was built in around the 1970s and doesn't really function as an urban place. But because we want to preserve CO2 and because there are actually new rules in Denmark that that they're going to measure how much CO2 is used, it probably needs to be renovated and to densified and made more legible. So right now, it's kind of a sad place. Only about half the stores are actually open. People don't come here. People don't feel proud about it. But these guys who designed it 70 years ago, they did it with the best of intentions. They had artwork. It was quite beautiful. The city hall was, strangely enough, within a shopping center. But they tried. They tried. So the plan here is to densify, add new buildings, and then also make it feel like the center of the city at that train hub. So you can see in these successive pictures just how this here is transformed. So in summary, I would say, first of all, the lessons from Copenhagen are First of all, it's not the 15-minute city, it's the 5-minute city. Secondly, it's the polycentric city. You have many different individual neighborhoods that are somewhat non-hierarchically connected. It's the minimum car-free city. You can do it here. It's the public sociability city and the inclusion city. And then I think just as a final word, I would say it also needs to be the fun city. I think something that I think is beautiful about Copenhagen, of course I'm from there, so I'm a little bit biased, but there's always a lot of surprise, and we have a theme park, Tivoli, right in the middle. We had a crazy king that created a round tower. We have something called Christiania, which was kind of an experiment from the 70s, and we have all these harbor baths. So around the city, there's things that are fun. So I think we need to, as we regenerate our cities, we need to do something that is super fun and brings joy to people's lives. This is not entirely it's a serious, you have to be serious about not being serious. So once again, Copenhagen, Vilnius kind of started out the same place, and really the lessons that I think maybe we're talking about here are all lessons that really come back for 1,000 years. And if we just spend our time observing what really works, the hierarchy of spaces, the streets, and the cozy places, that's where I think we'll find a lot of the answers for our new urban plans. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could stay with us for one more minute, Morgan, I know that you will be in the discussion, but just very briefly before we introduce, as you said, the non-rosy picture speaker, do you have a favorite district in Vilnius?
A favorite district? Oh, I think it has to be the Old Town.
The Old Town.
Yeah.
Have you seen Paupys?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, you'll have to talk to the locals here.
Yeah, maybe I have seen it, but I have trouble with Lithuanian language.
And then also very briefly, the CO2 rule in Denmark that you mentioned, do you want to expand on it a little bit?
Yeah, so there are going to be, so I'm not really the expert in those calculations, but I have met with them. But it's going to mean that every new project that starts in July 1st of 2025 has to be evaluated what is going to be the carbon footprint of those projects. And it's believed it's going to change them quite a lot, that people are going to need to look to more regeneration of older buildings, like the example that I showed there in Ishøy at the very end. I think you would have said 5 or 10 years ago, you just need to tear the whole thing down. Now I think there will be more pressure to try to figure out how can those structures be reused like this structure here. And it's a very different exercise, but I think one that will be successful and actually force architects and developers and the cities to work harder and come up with a more interesting outcome.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the rosy picture, as you put it, and for all of the really nice pictures that we've seen here. We'll be eager to hear from you during the panel discussion later on. But for now, we give you a big round of applause and let you go. Thank you. We'll talk about urban challenges, a data-driven approach to planning and decision-making. We will also hear from Denmark, someone who represents Housing Economics Knowledge Center and has this really difficult name, and he said that no one ever abroad pronounces it well. So I'm going to try, but then you can do it yourself. Kort Lillegren, and your presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Now, we're talking about urban planning. As maybe some people think of this as an abstract thing, somewhere in cyberspace or mathematical universe. I think it's very important to realize that when you plan, it has an impact on housing policy. All regulation, all planning has an impact in real life on economy, on socio-economic factors, on the way people live, how they can obtain capital gains, and if they are segregated in society. So you cannot have regulation without economic effects. So therefore, housing policy and urban planning, it's two sides of the same coin. And both have problems. It's very important to understand the link between those two sides of the coin. Now, I have brought an example here on the slide in the bottom, and that's from the discussion in Australia about the problems in the major cities. Maybe some of you know that in Australia you have a major affordability crisis in the larger cities like Melbourne and Sydney. And here's a man who is saying that, well, urban planning is not the solution. Urban planning has been the problem, because urban planners have for long tried to make a dense city, to concentrate the urban development, and that has created higher and higher prices, maybe for the benefit of investors, but not for the benefit of common man. So, for him, urban planning is a disaster. And if you look back in the history of Europe, you will actually see that in the 1960s and the 70s, major disasters in the housing market was triggered by urban planning. I'm thinking about the big social housing projects in the Netherlands, in France, in Sweden, and in Denmark that was segregated from the urban development, located outside the city center. And today all those countries are fighting, trying to solve the problems. Often they need to tear down thousands of dwellings and construct new types of dwellings in the same place. A huge waste of money, and they have created segregated communities, not integrated in society, but with a lot of social unrest and crime. And they were planned skillfully, and some of them were projected by the best architects at that time in society. So if you make big plans, you can also make big mistakes. The other report I'm showing you here is from OECD to the right, and it's about divided cities. And that has been a major issue now in discussion about the housing market, that our big cities in the West, they have become divided. They have become segregated, not as much ethnic segregated as it was in the past, but more segregated with, regarding income and socio-economic factors. And now it is one of the tasks that you will have to solve in urban planning. It's not just about creating a sustainable transport system or a livable city or a city attractive for tourism. It's also about addressing those very complicated and very deep social issues in society. So recently, OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, made a report about Lithuania and the housing market. And they focused on some of the challenges that will need to be faced also in urban planning. First of all, Lithuania is very special. They have very little, you have very little social housing, less than 1%. You can see the same in Greece, you can see the same in Israel, for instance. So this is not only Lithuania, but it is a challenge. There's therefore also a stigma connected with living in social housing, because it's only 1%, not like in the Netherlands where you have 30% of all dwellings being in the social housing sector. Then, in the private rented market, you have an informal economy. Third, you have an urgent need for energy renovation, and that it could be a problem both with organization, process, and financing of this. Then, you have 90% owner-occupied housing. That's a huge amount. And in such an economy, with 90% owner-occupied, you are vulnerable if you have bubbles in housing prices. Not like in Germany or in Switzerland, where a major part of the housing market will be private rented housing. This will create affordability issues for the younger generation, and also hidden affordability issues. And that is why we have the programs in Lithuania also trying to support demand, making it easier for young first-time buyers to get into the housing market. Normally that type of political measures will stimulate prices. So in many countries you will see that politicians will try also to stimulate supply at the same time. You will see also, like in all other European countries, a lot of single households with elderly people. That is true especially in the rural districts. It holds true for Denmark especially also. And finally, lack of data. You do not have the same type of data that you have in the rest of Europe. We have big differences between the countries. In the Scandinavian countries, we might have an overload of the data. I'm going to show you some. Now, we are facing some challenges here, and we can see one is path dependence. That means the problems we are facing were created in the past, in the Soviet era and before. This is not special for your country. We have a lack of quality in part of the older housing stock. We have demographic changes. Everybody in the Western world is facing demographic changes. That's quite normal. And we have socio-economic challenges and changes in the city. And then it's a problem that the market will react to this. So if you want to address those issues, you will be fighting the market reaction as well. We have some objectives that we would try to reach with urban planning. And those objectives will be, and now I'm talking not about Lithuania only, but in general in Europe, affordability. We have in many countries an affordability crisis. And that is why you will see a change in housing policy in many countries, where the movement now is towards more regulation. In the 30 years going before, it was deregulation. Now we are going back to more regulation. You will see that many politicians would like to have what's called a mixed city. And that means a city that is socio-economically mixed income neighborhoods. That's the term, the narrative in America. In Europe, we normally talk about mixed tenure neighborhoods. And that is tenure that could be owner-occupied, mixed with private rented housing, mixed with social housing, mixed with state-owned housing, and mixed with cooperative housing, a more rare tenure form. But in Copenhagen, it's 30% of all dwellings, they are cooperative dwellings. And that is something you have to remember when you consider Copenhagen. It is not rented and it's not owner-occupied. Then you still need to attract private investors. And if you go towards more regulation, there is the risk that you will lose some of those private investors. We would also like to have sustainability and climate resilience at the same time. And some of those goals are not consistent. They are like fighting each other. Now, when you look at the overall urban plan in Copenhagen, it's a very old-fashioned plan. It's called a monocentric urban plan. That was popular in Europe between the First and Second World War. It has been abandoned in many countries. What you see is like a hand where the fingers will be the transport corridors going out. And today, many people think of Copenhagen like a city where people are going on bicycle. But that is not the reality. People might go on bicycle in the city center, but the majority of people will in the morning at 7 o'clock be stuck on the highway. So, this cannot point, but down here in the bottom, at Køge, far from Copenhagen, at 7 o'clock in the morning, you will have total traffic jam. Total. And this is because you have created a city plan where people are commuting from far away to one city center. Instead of commuting to many centers, they are going all the way in to Copenhagen. And some people are going all the way out from Copenhagen to the suburbs and beyond to the satellite cities to work. This is not sustainable. It's not environmentally sustainable. It's not economically sustainable. It's not socially sustainable. It will create socio-economic segregation, where you will see the price going up in the middle and be less out in the suburbs. I'm going to document that. To the right, you see Vilnius instead, and this is called entropy. There's some people would say an element of chaos in this development, but you can be happy it's not a monocentric urban plan, but it is a plan that could be segregated. If you're not careful, you could see a big divide between the different separated part of the city. What we are fighting is urbanization. After the industrial period, we have seen a rise in service and knowledge sectors and an increase in population. You can see in Copenhagen, it bottomed out about 1990, and now the population has gone up. This is more than 650,000 people today, but that is in the municipality. If you take the metro area, it's 2 million people. You see also Vilnius, that is the city area. If you go out in the rural part of the county, you will go up to maybe 800,000. You know that better than me. So the challenge is demand is going up because population is rising quite a lot. And in other parts of the country, you will see a decline, both in Lithuania and in Denmark. You will see municipalities with a falling population. This will bring a tendency for high volatility in housing prices. And I've shown you here Denmark and Latvia and Lithuania. And just to show you your own country, go back to 2015, we are at index 100, and you can see to the right that even though we in Denmark had a very substantial increase in housing prices, measured in relative terms, your country has gone past us with an even higher increase. And that will create affordability issues. There's also a risk of a more speculative bubble setting in. Now I'm going to show you some tools. It's going to be a little bit technical. I'm not going deep down into that. But one of the ways we monitor the development in the city, that is by looking at the prices. And we cannot use observed prices for transactions because out in the countryside, people are not buying and selling that much. So it would just be white spaces. It will not show us anything. This is a valuation of each owner-occupied dwelling in Denmark. I'm showing you only part of Denmark. And this is the average increase over a time span of 30 years. So over 30 years in Copenhagen, the price went up with more than 8% in average. The method I'm using here is called geographically weighted machine learning algorithm. So that is artificial intelligence brought in, and each dwelling will be evaluated by 20,000 other dwellings. And they are weighted in by the distance to the dwelling I want to describe. And they are weighted in by the distance in meters. And we correct for all the differences in size in square meters, rooms, materials, heating systems, distance to a highway, distance to high voltage power lines, distance to the coastline. And we go in and obtain data for the inhabitants, and we correct that because that's a measure of the maintenance of the dwelling. So we see the ownership period for the inhabitants, and we see their income as a proxy for the maintenance. This is a quite advanced system, and it can actually also be expanded to calculate changes in flooding risk, climate change, and other factors. We are doing that right now in the project. My main partner for cooperation, that's the Danish State's Research Agency for Economic Analysis and Modeling called DREAM. Now, as you can see, this monocentric urban plan created a situation where people in Copenhagen had huge capital gains. For some people, more than their income, actually, just by capital gains. But a few kilometers out, it's very little that you actually can obtain. And out in the rural districts, the increase has been less than inflation. People did not even have the maintenance cost covered. So this will create inequality. Just to show you the development in Copenhagen, the brownfield development, that's the same as Morten was talking about. I'll show you here in the North Harbour, the Sandkaj Quay. You see to the left, in 15 years ago, and then to the right, how it looks. It's almost the same spot. It's just a little bit closer to the old coastline at the right. And there you see the development in summertime when young people come to swim. It looks very cozy, but the apartments in that area cannot be obtained by ordinary Danes. It's out of reach because they are simply too costly. And another example, I go deep down here and look at the one apartment. It's not the house, it's the ground floor. You can see it's 75 square meters, and the price is 785,000 euro. This is not in the city center, it's about 4 kilometers outside. It's a former working class environment. And that apartment was sold 30 years ago for 56,000 euro. So it went from 56,000 euro to 785,000 euro, not because it was renovated, that is a small part of it, but mainly because of the economic development and gentrification process in the city. So you have tax-free gains, and that's an incentive to speculate. You have difficulties for young people entering the market, and you have a gentrification process that has gone out of hand. We look at the problems in the major city. I take here again Copenhagen. This is the population changes and the forces behind. And you can see the changes in the number of inhabitants. You can see with red, that's net migration that is going out. And you can see the blue, that's a natural increase. That is birth minus deaths. And you can notice that the blue is a stable factor going up all the time. And that is not because fertility is going up, it's going down. This is because the average age in Copenhagen is falling. More and more young people, fewer will die, and more people will be able to give birth, even though they have the record low fertility, the lowest in Denmark, in Copenhagen. So it's very much like an oil tanker sailing in the sea. You can try to steer it, but it's impossible to stop it. First, the age distribution has changed. You cannot roll it back. And therefore, this increase in population will have a tendency to go further up. If you now want to control this and want to calculate how much should we provide for in housing in the future, how many new projects should we build, not just building and see if we can sell it, but try to calculate how much is necessary, we need to make a forecast, and not just a forecast for the population. That's difficult enough, but it's not people who want to have a dwelling, it's households. And to calculate households, that's a very different thing. First of all, we have to find the number of people, and that is, after that, we have to look at the age distribution. Babies are not buying, old people will not be moving. We have to calculate how many families and how will they be turned into households. Then we have to decide about the future household split, the size of the household. We have to know people's budget. Can they buy owner-occupied housing, or will it be impossible for them? Do they need social housing? And the income they will obtain will depend on their education and the labor market participation. That's again the age. Of course, the household size will also determine the income they are able to use for buying or renting an apartment. So what we need to decide now is the number of different dwellings, the tenure, and the size. Do we want small apartments for single-person households? Do we need very big for families? This is a major issue in Copenhagen, and something the municipality has had a policy towards, trying to force through the planning regulation that it was big apartments that were built with at least 95 square meters in average. In order to do this, now we create a model where we have each citizen in the country and have their CPR, personal identification number. In Denmark, we have all data linked up to that. And now we can simulate them in what is called the micro-simulation model. This is not an economic model, but a much more complicated model with much more equations. We simulate them 1 year at a time with Monte Carlo simulation. If anyone here is from the financial sector, you know about this technique, advanced mathematical technique. 1 year at a time, because then we have to change all probabilities. We do that out of historical data for people like the one we have to decide, and we calculate the probability that you will immigrate or get married or have children or finish an education you have started. And mind you, we know everything about each individual. We know where you live, we know the size of your apartment, you know if you own it, we know if you have started an education, how long time you have used on that, and we use those data for 6 million people. We calculate this 1 year at a time. This is called big data, and microsimulation is one of the tools you can use for handling big data. When we do that, we can obtain huge amounts of information. And I'm not going to show you what we can obtain because I could go on for the rest of the day. I'm just going to show you an example. This is the probability of what kind of apartment you will move to if you move at a given age, if you are single or if you are a couple. So you can see the probability that you move to a big apartment or a small apartment. This is based on the actual data over the movement patterns in Denmark. We can do that for each municipality and for each size of town in each municipality. And we can go much further than that. We can do the same for education and income. With these tools, we can calculate the housing need in Copenhagen and have done so for the next 20 years. Of course, I think you do not have the microdata, but you can do it on a more aggregate level. The way of thinking is the most important. Another issue is segregation, and that is something that you are fighting in many cities around the world. In sociology, you have different types of segregation measures. We want an even distribution of the population in the city. We don't want a ghetto for rich people. We don't want a ghetto for poor people. We want them evenly distributed. This is an overall political goal in my country. We have different types of segregation, but what we would like is up in the top to the right, that people are more evenly distributed. In order to do so, we monitor the people in the city and in the whole country, and we do that with a socioeconomic neighborhood index. This is calculated for each dwelling. And we do that by looking at the people and their income, their labor market participation, their education, and crime convictions. I will not go into math a lot, but we do not weight them together arbitrarily. We use a technique called principal component analysis, and that is a method to reduce many dimensions to one. And it covers the variation in data the best. And in that way, there's no political interference in the weighing. The data will speak for itself. That's number one rule when you work with this. The data should speak for themselves, not for the politicians. You need to be independent of that. And here you see Copenhagen. The blue, dark blue, that is the most, the richest area, you might say. The dark the red areas, they are most deprived areas. It's a relative measure. So people who are in the red, they don't need to be very criminal or very poor, but it's relative. And what you see is the situation now in 2022, and you can see Copenhagen is very close to obtaining and very even distribution of these different areas. So there's not a high degree of segregation anymore. But you can measure this year by year. And I have shown you here an example of the innermost part of Copenhagen. You can see the black arrow that is pointing at Vesterbro. And this is one of the most gentrified areas in Denmark. It's very similar to Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan or Kreuzberg in Berlin. It's gentrified. Today, it's an Airbnb territory, I call it. You can see it has turned blue and green here. And this used to be deep red. Very, very vulnerable area here 30 years ago. Now we can go much further down and we can see the changes over a couple of years, and we can see them down to each dwelling. To do so, we are using a technique. This is done by programming. It's to extent, you cannot calculate it by hand. We are using the k-nearest neighbor algorithm. That means we are looking at the 1,000 nearest neighbors to each dwelling. And we take the average for them. So for each dwelling, we calculate it separately. This is done for all dwellings in Denmark, about 3 million dwellings. It's done individual for each dwelling. And you can see how it's changing. We are monitoring this, and we are especially looking at the new areas over here, down here at Søjerkagen. We have new construction, and it's not here on the map, but in Nordhavn, we can follow what kind of people will be settling there. And we have a problem in Copenhagen that in all new developments, it will be the more affluent. It will be the high end. The developers, they are building for the high end in the market. And we have severe problems with embedding social housing in those major projects. I'm going to cut down a little bit, not to take too much time, but I'm just going to show you a different way we are monitoring the development, a different tool. And this is a table showing the dwellings in Copenhagen and how many people will be living in each and the size of the dwelling and the number of rooms. I do that for 2 years, 2024 and 2010. And then we jump to the difference here right away, so we can see how we have a change in where people are living. How many dwellings do we have with 2 rooms and 1 person? And you can see that is actually going down. And this is a measure of the pressure on the housing market. It has become less affordable for single-person households. It's a major trend. You can observe this for New York or for London over a very long time scale. People, they have to move together, even though they don't live together, they don't know each other, they're not relatives. They have to move together in order to afford a dwelling. They cannot afford their own, so they have to share. And in Copenhagen, the municipality has now a goal that it's going to stop this tendency, and it's going to turn to building more smaller apartments, like 2-room apartments. So this has really an impact on urban planning. You have to think about the effect of urban planning on how people are living in the households. It's actually, I would say, a major goal for urban planning, not just focusing on it as a physical thing with surroundings, but what is the impact on the individuals. This is one-person families compared with one-person households in 86 to up till today. Now, one person is living by himself or herself is a one-person family. If she owns her own apartment, she is a one-person household. But if she cannot afford that, but have to move together with a friend, like someone from the study, she's studying at university, there's another, they move together, they're not living together in any way, they're just friends. Then they are a 2-person household, but they are 2 families at 1 person. So the difference in the number of households and families, that is an index of the pressure on the housing market. And there will always be more families than households. So you measure the distance between the 2. And that's what we're doing here. And you can see to the right that this pressure has gone up a lot. So this has become a major trend. Copenhagen might be a success if you look at the tourists, the Airbnb, the bicycles, everything. But for people living in the city, it's less a success. It is a challenge now. And this is a measure of the challenge and something that Copenhagen wants to change. So, suggestions for this. We could talk all day about this because it gets technical if you go into the law. But in Denmark, we changed the planning legislation in 2016. So the city now can demand in all new planning areas that up to 25% of the dwellings will be social housing. You could substitute that with affordable housing, but in Denmark it's social housing. In Denmark, the municipality can demand a minimum size, but also an average size for the dwellings in such an area. They have used that to force dwellings for families through, but this had a negative impact actually, as you have seen, on the household size for singles, and it has not been able to stop the movement of families with children out of the city. It has not worked because the apartments are simply too expensive. Another planning tool is establishing a go-between between the public and the private sector. And that is done both in Copenhagen, maybe even better in Vienna. If you know Wohnfonds Wien, it's such a go-between that can demand, for instance, sustainability and affordability of private developers. That's not so easy for a public authority to do that. So you need an entity that can go in between. In Denmark, it's Port and Harbor, By og Havn. This entity, they own the land. They own it and they sell it, but they have demands connected with the sale. Goes both for Wohnfonds Wien and for Port and City. And we can go beyond that because we have more complicated models also for land ownership. Then when we look at housing affordability, I think it's very important to change from the demand side to the supply side, or maybe focus on the supply side. One example in Germany. In the beginning of the Eigenheimzulage, it was connected with families who wanted to build a new home. Not in the end, and it grew out of hand, it became too expensive for the government. But it's very important that you give a subsidy, that you increase supply. Because if you don't do that, you will increase the price instead. And this is about what economists call tax incidence. That means who is going to gain from a subsidy. And that is normally never the people who get the subsidy, because it will end up in increasing prices, and that means the current owners of land, they will get the subsidy from the taxpayer. So the taxpayer, you will be pouring money into the pockets of people who already own a home, and not in the pockets of the first-time buyers. I'm not going into this. It will not take the time. I'll just say, I showed you some map before over segregation. This is just a way to visualize what we have. We have much, much more data, and we are looking at the distribution of people, the rich and the average and the vulnerable, and we can go in and analyze different parts of the city and the movement from the different neighborhoods to become more gentrified over time. And this is what you will obtain if you have this socioeconomic neighborhood index. Some of you might know a simpler version that's called the index of deprivation in United Kingdom. It's simpler because they don't have data about each individual, but it has been helpful for them over a long period of time. They stopped calculating it in 2019. But our data here, they are up to date. That is, I think I've used my time now. So I would like to have more time, of course. We could talk about this data. They are fascinating, and we have a lot. But I think it's also enough for you here.
Thank you. Thank you. It was super interesting. I think we'll have a chance to explore more of the wonderful sides of data during the discussion. So for now, we'll let you go. We will stop here. Thank you very much. And I think we have also decided to not entirely skip the break, but we will sort of skip it. I will explain in a minute.
Since we have a big room, let's not disperse, because then it will be very, very difficult to get you back together. Let's not stress. We can rest a little bit, and I'll ask you, have you heard anything new? Please raise your hands. Great. That is great. Almost everybody raised their hands. I will not comment more. We can implement this practice in the future. Let us measure the temperature of Vilnius. What and how we measure. Laura Kairienė from Vilnius City, Senior Architect.
Labą dieną visiems, smagu susirinkusiems.
Good morning. It's great to see you here to talk about what is important for us. I will talk about what is important to me. For me, Vilnius is important. I'm a fan of Vilnius. It's important for me how Vilnius is feeling, as cities are live organisms. They're economic centers. They are something that gets us together, that unites us, cities in a certain environment which is authentic. I'm the senior city architect for a year, and I face different experience, and I'm really very interested how Vilnius lives, what is the temperature out there, as the data, like Mr. Kurt said, is very important, but we can't really boast about the data. We don't have as much data as Copenhagen in Denmark. Kurt hasn't mentioned that they manage personal data protection by coding each inhabitant, and there is no likelihood that somebody will be identified. And for scientific purposes, we can collect that data and plan in a systemic way by assessing the situation. Well, we are planning Vilnius without assessing social economic aspects. That's why we face challenges. We have a lot of work. I'm not an economist, but Lithuanian Bank carries out analysis on the affordability of housing and all the other aspects that Kurt has mentioned. And it's a huge multidisciplinary work in order to understand how we can face the challenges and solve the problems. So people are very important to us because they shape attitudes. We can't really predict how people will feel in the city. It's not something new, but we carried out a survey that somebody carried out a survey that Lithuania is among the happiest countries in the world, and Vilnius, as the biggest city, you will see that major data comes from Vilnius. So it's very important for us how people feel in our city, how they live, and I'll talk about the general plan, how we managed to live for 20 years. And there are different aspects, and it's important that we are in a global context. It can compete with European cities, and economic aspect is very important. It's important to see how the city lives and what it breathes on. And we are innovators. Robertas Dargis mentioned that we are strong innovators, and we earn the majority on intellectual property. And we are also invention leaders. We need to do a lot, but our young people has lots of ambitious goals. And for us, it's important to create conditions so we can invite leaders from Europe to create here. Okay, what conditions should be there? It's also important, but it's also important to see how we look like in the face of current globalization. In Lithuanian context, the generation of added value is the biggest in Vilnius. I didn't have the data from other 5 bigger cities, but added value, talking about the added value, we are creating it. If Vilnius was twice as small, we're talking about green areas, then we would be more efficient. So it depends on how we calculate and what data we analyze. As regards the size of the city, it has to be understood in terms of the areas around us, and we have the so-called boundaries of the city, because the city dwellers choose their place of residence irrespective of administrative boundaries. and Vilnius region is one live body, so to say. There are real boundaries and the blurred boundaries. And development next to the city boundaries is huge. We have the territory of the region and all these the so-called armpits fill in with people quite quickly. So the texture of the city is quite scattered, and from the times of independence we started the development to the suburbs. And as regards practical boundaries, we can take a deeper look onto the value of property. So our economic power is related not only to the boundaries of the city. We can talk about the issue of two big cities. We are quite close to the territories that are economic centers, and we could think about how to unite stronger ties. Region has also a huge impact, and the synergy has to be bigger than it is now, because we face migration, the division of social services, paying taxes. It has to be put into the strategic plan. Unfortunately, there is no clear strategy how we can cooperate between the region. So, as regards the city development processes, in the general plan there are priority territories, and they don't have any relationship or connection to what is happening here. In our general plan we don't have time dimension, and we allow everything for everything, and because this is the right of a builder, developer. Are we controlling anything? Maybe not really, because it's really the view is very scattered. We would need time dimension to understand what we need to develop, what conditions have to be fulfilled, as the development right lies within the developer, the municipality in some sense. I do understand that, but we don't have the consolidation, and this is private ownership, and all the development happens around your own land plot. The example is very simple. Pilaitė detailed plan. It's being changed, not as we like it. There are two apartment buildings. People don't like it. Public spaces. We're not controlling the processes because it's private property. We have a right to manage the city. We could initiate the management, the possibility in auctions to sell land and to control the territories. But it's obvious that the city needs a plan, because the plan as we have it now seems to be without any priorities and expanding to different sites. In the press, we read a lot that we need to have lots of permits, construction permits, and it's not regulated in the outskirts of the city. We don't need a huge analysis that this, of course, causes migration. We have huge transport flows. Because everybody is trying to get into the city via the old city.
Mums būtina.
Well, we need to have alternative centers because we can't really all live in the old town. Otherwise, the city will suffocate. So the concentration is quite scattered. Because 60% of the dwellers live in those post-war construction buildings. The exponential growth in Vilnius was the highest. In the second Vilnius zone, well, but are we talking here about the 15-minute cities? I think it's a huge question. Our goal is, I think, to have this opportunity to develop the infrastructure so people wouldn't be needing to go to the old town for work or for leisure. Well, this slide is quite interesting. It is related to social services and the concentration of social services in Vilnius and the possible rent. This is the general census, and it's a bit misleading because city dwellers living in outskirts, in order to get good school for their children, have to register themselves next to good schools. And this slide is a case in point that some city dwellers have two apartments, one for rent, one for living. We are carrying out a social survey, and we want to measure the temperature of Vilnius from the social point of view and the habits of Vilnius, how they feel, what are the trends for the future, because this one apartment, the need for one apartment is very big. And we as planners are doing nothing for this not to happen. It's a young city, that's true. And as Kurt mentioned, it's very important to analyze the structure of the residents, the likelihood for the families to expand. All this data is actually really very important. And we see that the young specialists concentrate closer to the center. They want to live there, they rent or buy smaller apartments because there you can have a 15-minute city. So these are the regions that are becoming younger. Small 1-2 apartment cities. How the city is filling up, the change from 20 to 23. We also see the opportunities and the scattered landscape, and there are lots of opportunities to make it thicker, so to say, which has to be related to real quality environment. The developers put green area, social infrastructure beyond their face of the city, because this is not very attractive to them. So the development is happening where we have the land, cheaper land. And here you see orange and people living, how the city is filling up in the suburbs, and then in this blue area, the increase. So we have the development into the south. Pilaitė district is quite active. So this information is going to be important to us to have those centers, as the priority is now given to modern quarters and the old town. This slide speaks about the cities becoming desert. People tend to live in more modern buildings, the aging population, some old areas becoming younger maybe.
Informacija mums turėtų padėti suplanuoti, kaip mes galime.
So it's very important to help people plan to revive those areas. As regards the added value, Vilnius is a center of knowledge. 79% of all added value within 2023 we generated with knowledge. And to have the conditions to develop for young experts. This slide is very important, how Vilnius developed from 2020 up to 24. What was the expansion for office space, and it was exponential. And I think you can't really put this curve even higher. And the only question is, what is our forecast? And we have made this quarter live as well. Jogaila Street had the main business center. In 24 it became more scattered, and we have it in the new town, the startup valley relocated itself. And the question is how we should foresee the areas that don't really that we have to think about sub-centers. The exponential growth actually raises the question whether we've used this all development potential. As Mr. Dargis said, we had a lot of investment. Unfortunately, the infrastructure was not exponentially generated. We haven't built so many streets, we haven't built so many bridges, or the connections for possible development. The law on infrastructure was adopted in back a few years ago, and we're very chaotic in managing all this. And the question is whether we'll be expanding exponentially. Well, the likelihood is not so high, even though our situation is quite good. But if we're not doing that, how will the city plan its social engineering infrastructure from the tax for development? What is our financial system to do something? Because we haven't done something. We haven't built schools. The first schools is Pilaitė schools that we had to do even earlier. And this scheme shows that we need to have quite a big, so to say, pendulum migration into the central part of the city with social infrastructure, with schools and kindergartens. Maybe we could draw a different boundary to the city, the metropolitan part and the city itself. So we're living in a non-even urbanized part. We don't have the 15-minute city. So we haven't done all the homework. We haven't used this generation stage, and we are talking about with schools and expanding the schools. And it was calculated with regard to the number of kids living in that area and how many schools they should go to. Well, some schools are overcrowded because all the kids go to that particular school. And if we distribute everything well, we would have a good network of schools. What was planned actually in the Soviet times, it was quite optimal, even though we did not really create or build the network for schools, and we don't have as much land reserved for or booked for schools as we needed or as we've planned. So the theory is very different from practice, and in the general plan, the plans are good, but the developers are doing their own work. So I think we need to catch up with time and to collect enough funds to function with the development that people are expecting from us. We have quite a lot of digital tools. We are not using that potential. Vilnius has become a data center, and we will try to use Copenhagen data and use that data for planning, because otherwise planning is not really working without data. So I will talk very briefly about traffic jams, the possibilities to look for alternative transport, but our network is quite limited. The bypass was one of the most successful things, and we needed to really change the situation because some streets actually are not as well planned as really should be, and we need to think about how we should catch up with the territories that have expanded and how the infrastructure could help them. Here you see another slide with cycle paths. But if we were to take the overall path situation, we would need a better system to see what we've connected with what, and we cycle, then we need to get off our bike, and there are not enough of cycle paths. And people who complain about narrowing the streets should think about cycle paths, because we need to have space for that. This one is a successful project by the river, but we need to work a lot if we want to encourage alternative means of transport. We need to have the access. We're the greenest city in Europe, the green capital next year. I do know that we talk a lot about trees, and we're the city that took the stock of trees, and trees are a live organism. It's very important to understand that we have an asset here, because the green part of the city amounts to 60% of the territory. Of of course, is important, but we have territories that are not green enough, and we shouldn't be only considering the streets, but also other areas. Private land plots take into account the general plan. There is a lack of systemic movement, even though the theoretical model tells us that everything is okay, but there is a lot of work to be done. This is one of our experiments, talking about climate change. It was interesting to see how many hot spots we have in the city, hot islands. We scan the city with drones, and we are looking at the situation before we plant the trees and build the places to escape from the heat. This is one of the projects. So we have social infrastructure projects, and we will experiment. We will be looking forward to people who could come and do the check. And I would like to have these residential areas greener, nicer for people. But we would need to take stock at first. What is the situation now? Well, these are green initiatives. You will see them. You can rely on them. These are nice initiatives because sustainability is the matter that is important to us. We need to think about changes in behavior, and this is really, really very difficult, I think. It's also very important to understand what do we do with modern but depreciated, dilapidated buildings after 60 years. It's very difficult to renovate. I don't know whether we'll have a breakthrough, but the residents have to agree on how to insulate the buildings, because after the renovation, the aesthetic view is not so attractive. So here we are working with renovation guidelines. We are saying that it's important not to achieve only energy efficiency, but the quality. And we, as a city, have a private property. But the problem as well, what are we going to do with depreciated buildings? What can we offer to them? And this is a very big issue which hasn't been solved in Europe. Also, data drives us, and policy making is only a finite result. I was asked what is the vision of the city, as if every one city can draw the vision. I can contribute to the vision, but it's not one person who can do that. And in order to understand the problem, the scope of it, we need to compare the data, where we want to go, to have a vision. So our goal is to measure the temperature, and I think we will need quite a lot of studies from economists, and we will have to, I think, renew, update our strategic plan. We would need to calibrate, we would need to think about it, because the steps are important and the data helps us to survive. And this is what I wish for all of you. I don't know whether we can really tell what is the temperature in the city. Maybe 37, maybe it's not really good or not really bad, but let us rely on data, not on emotions. And I think this issue is quite a complex one. And experts are the ones that can tell us a lot. Thank you very much to our experts who came here today, because I invite you to dream about Vilnius. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Don't leave, because you are invited to the upcoming panel discussion. While we have some seats brought on the stage, I'll ask a few questions to Laura. We'll still have a break afterwards, so don't run away. Laura, you have said that the housing in the center is 30% of that is empty due to inaccurate data, as far as I understood. Because somebody, for example, declared their residence in the old town, although they actually live in the suburbs. So shouldn't it be the opposite? That housing in the suburbs should be empty. And actually, it's scandalous that the data is so inaccurate. Then, well, it seems like nonsensical data. Then, well, we shouldn't say that this is nonsense. We just lack some accurate data so that we could make accurate conclusions. But we need support at the state level so that everybody would agree that we need this data, and then we would apply measures to achieve the accuracy of the data. Lithuanian Statistics Department probably should make some steps forward to share data, because we don't receive it sometimes, although we need it for urban planning, because we have to respect data security. And opening data without breaching data security for research should be allowed. Lithuanian Statistics Department is the main actor which can make political change in this regard. All right, now I'm going to invite panelists for discussion. So everybody who's up, please come back. We'll still have a break. It's going to be much longer, and you'll have a chance to have your cup of coffee. Because now it's a bit too loud now, so could you please come back here and enjoy the panelist discussion. So I'm inviting Laura Kairienė, Chief Architect of Vilnius, also President of the Lithuanian Real Estate Development Association, Mindaugas Statulevičius. Please give a round of applause so that everybody would be encouraged to come. We also have advisor to the State Data Management Group, Jana Vanagė. And also, we already have a project director at the Knowledge Center for Housing Economics, Kurt Lillegren. And I saw him leave, but I hope he'll come back. Founder and president of GRDV Urban International, Morten Jensen. If anybody sees Morten Jensen, please come. I see him coming back.
Will join us as well in a couple of minutes, because we are going to have this
In English, I think.
discussion right before the break.
Lietuviškai ir angliškai mums reikia vertimo jiems.
This discussion is going to be mainly in Lithuanian, but those who speak English,
So you need some headsets.
they need headsets, because you will need this to be interpreted right into your ear, because we will not be doing interpreting per se. So if you could grab a set of headsets, that would be
very useful and very convenient. Kaip kuriame subalansuotą miestą šiuolaikiniam.
So how we're creating balanced city for the contemporary citizen. And the goal is what we've established at the beginning, how the contemporary city should meet the needs of the modern citizen, so that we would have competitiveness, but the city would be convenient for everyone and anyone. So I think, Mrs. Jana, we haven't heard you yet. So could you tell me, who is that modern citizen, urban dweller, from your point of view, and what is his or her needs based on data? Try the microphone. You have to turn it on, up. Can you hear me? Okay. I represent the state state governance, and probably it's not on me to tell you what is the modern city dweller. In the last presentation, you talked about statistics department a lot, but our agency has left statistics department. And the statistics department is actually and operating for the last couple of years. But now anyone who is using data to decide who is the urban dweller now, we would be the place to go. We would help you out. Again, I'm encouraging everyone to use this QR code or go directly to slido.com and you can type in #urbanistica and ask questions there. So you'll be able to participate in this discussion by posing questions, and I can see already that there are some questions on the way. So this question is for Mrs. Laura, related to the previous presentation. This is a very nuanced question, so we'll skip it for a second. So, Mrs. Laura, you said that we don't evaluate socioeconomic aspects when developing the city. Have I understood you correctly? Do we need to evaluate the socioeconomic aspects? Right now we have asked for a social research in different districts of different neighborhoods of Vilnius in order to establish how different are people in different neighborhoods, because they have different interests and needs. What I've noticed is that people really value their surroundings. For example, a person living in Šnipiškės would never move to Fabijoniškės, whereas a person from Fabijoniškės would never go to the old city because he hates it. So everybody has different needs. So we want to find out what people think of their own neighborhoods, what added value they see in their particular district. And those different parts of the city have different identities. So that's why Vilnius is so fascinating. We cannot create Vilnius for a single social group. We cannot say that Vilnius is a young city, for example, or that young people earn money for the city, therefore we will plan the city only for the youngsters. This is not the way to go. We have elderly as well who may not be active in the politics or in the labor market. We have also children, and we have, for example, cities who orient specifically to children, because if the city fits children, then it fits everybody. So we want to include everyone, including marginalized groups or more vulnerable groups. And hopefully this piece of research will help us. We haven't started our economic research, but maybe sometime in the future. Okay, Mrs. Jana, could you tell me the difference between the larger and smaller cities and between the needs in those different cities? There are differences. They have existed forever. from the data standpoint, what kind of data arrive, we see that big municipalities like Vilnius and Kaunas, and even Šiauliai, Panevėžys, Klaipėda, all those cities provide a number of data. But if we wanted to have open data about a particular phenomenon, we cannot actually share it because other municipalities don't even have the data at all. So we probably should encourage data collection so that some municipalities or institutes who use general data would contribute their part so that we would have data coverage all over the country. We see that habits are different in different regions in Lithuania. We had an app, Statistical Lithuanian, it was called. And we tried to calculate an average elector in different territories. And we saw an interesting thing that for example, a place near Alytus, one of the towns, where a place where we had heads of different companies, which were mainly female, which was an interesting point that we found out. So in any case, we need to encourage municipalities to collect data and show them that it is useful to have that. So we should give good examples. What I hear is that we don't have enough data, and not all data is open, which also inhibits our towns. And what about real estate developers? Do they use data, and do they have obstacles in terms of that? It was interesting to listen to Laura's presentation, because lately I have been missing this kind of data. And businesses, companies base their business on data. Of course, you have some feeling here or intuition, because there is some kind of emotion involved in real estate development. But you always base your decisions on Excel and other apps or programs, software programs. So you have to know social needs, about mobility of people, about schools, infrastructure, and surroundings of your real estate. So this is very important. And many developers who have projects in Vilnius, they want to see a compact, a 15-minute or 20-minute city. And I've seen statistics showing that Vilnius is a 22-minute city based on statistics. So it's not a bad result, but always there's room for improvement. Business obviously wants to have as much data as possible so that it could make database decisions. We do surveys, we do research, business and in general, and companies work in cycles. Sometimes we have a single-use projects, then we have mixed-use projects. And we want to make sure that people are ready to make those changes and change their preferences. And we have to understand whether new districts in the center of the city create added value when people can live without car-free. So we are moving this way. And what are the trends now? What do people want now when they want to choose housing? Because now we think that people want to live as close to the center as possible, but maybe trends are different and they're changing. Maybe it's climate change requirements that come into play, not only for developers, but also for city dwellers. So what are the trends now for city dwellers? What is the main requirement of that person? I wouldn't talk about a statistical city dweller because We need to do a bigger survey for that. But from our point of view, what we see from developers that work in Vilnius, the changes of city dwellers change. Vilnius attracts a lot of international audience. Some people who don't need a car, they use maybe a scooter or some e-vehicle or a Bolt or something similar to that. So we may not need as much parking space as before. We can make a playground there, for example. So we as developers, we notice that requirements have to go hand in hand with the needs now. Vilnius is a young city, but at the same time, it's also getting older. So we need accessibility to social services. So if you put everything into account, you could probably say that we need more dialogue, more communication between the city and business. I really like the presentation that there is a moderator between the private and public sector in Copenhagen, in Vienna and in other cities where it helps us hear each other. Because sometimes we focus on our own needs and we don't hear others. But if we had data-based decisions and we had moderation,
I'm just going to briefly sum up what we have said. I know you've got interpreting, but I'm going to incorporate this into my question. We have basically said that in Vilnius, in Lithuania, we need more data-driven solutions. And, you know, in the case of municipality, some of the big data has not, you know, it's not been open. It's not necessarily easy to access some units of the data. So we talked about data. But you, in your presentation, talked about the 15-minute city, and you have mentioned, as far as I understood, one of the, ways to go forward, regenerating old industrial districts with mobility plan, presumably also based on data. So my more general question is, would you have more recipes on how to, how to get closer towards the 15-minute city? Because the discussion is entitled how we are creating balanced city for the contemporary citizen.
Yeah. So I would say that if you're looking at the regeneration of an industrial area, it's important to have the statistics, particularly so as you look and compare it to the overall metropolitan area to know who would be moving there, why they'd be moving there, what would be the costs of it, and so forth. But in terms of the design of the district itself, that data could be used to determine the size of the units and different elements like that. But I think much of the design is also just going to be based on just the old-fashioned skills in city making in order to understand really how do you create meaningful public spaces, how do people circulate around, how do you create really an interesting public place. And I don't think the data really helps to do that kind of a design. But nonetheless, when you get down to the detail of really what are the units, who are they for, what are the shops and what are the jobs, how does it connect, and how many roads or rail or bike routes that need to connect to it. Of course, you need to base that on the data. But you also have to use your own intuition. I mean, it's only a recent thing that cities have data that's available. And frankly, the cities that were done in ancient times without even architects or planners, I think Laura mentioned a little bit about that, were actually quite wonderful cities that are not 15-minute cities, they're 5-minute or 2-minute cities. So I think there's a lot we can do both with the data and without the data.
But if we concentrate on 15-minute cities, aren't we sort of isolating or discouraging people from getting to know other parts of the city in a way, you know?
No.
That's a common critique of the 15-minute city, I think.
No, it's actually quite the opposite. I think actually we want all the different 15-minute cities to be connected by a network, hopefully not by car, so that they can participate in it. Because that's important. If you have two people that are working in one household, they're going to have jobs very likely in different places. It's going to be unlikely that both their jobs would be in their own little node. So they have to be connected. And there's kind of a principle, I think it's called hyper-proximity. And what I like about in Copenhagen, and I've seen it in Shanghai where we've also worked a lot, is that you can live in one particular place, but you can get to the other side and have the resources of the entire city at your disposal, whether it's going to be a job or some kind of health care, or if you're interested in some unusual cultural type of thing, you will be able to have access to it. And there's tremendous power as an individual that you have access to a whole metro area, that maybe I'm interested in one particular kind of art that's very obscure. You've got that whole from the city. So it's not just that there's a core. There's got to be a core that is pedestrian-oriented, yes, that you can walk for your daily needs, but it needs to be connected by a larger network. And we would say that it would be ideally not by car, because that's going to disperse people. It should be by rail, by bicycle, and by walking. And I also heard yesterday that there's going to be a harbor bus. I think that sounds quite interesting here in Vilnius.
Thank you. Cord, I want to ask you something about data. If we mainly, I mean, you have showed this nicely in your presentation, data-driven, data-based examples and methods and tools, as you call them. If we mainly take decisions based on big data, aren't we going to turn our cities into sort of constant experimentation units?
Well, data should never be used alone. It is only a tool, just like economic models, and they can be abused also. So you should not base your decision only on data. You should use common sense and experience, and it's also political decisions. So this is only an help for politicians to throw more light on the issue, but of course the data cannot decide anything by themselves. The politicians, the human beings, they will be the ones that decide. So I don't see that risk. I think the more knowledge you have, the more information, the better decisions.
You also spoke about, I cannot remember the institution exactly, but some sort of a state agency that you cooperate with to include flood risks, for example, into planning. In your presentation, you spoke about an agency of the state that you work with to also consider.
That's true. In Denmark, we have different economic councils, independent of the government, and that is important. Of course, in the Ministry of Finance, you have very skilled economists. But we thought long ago that it was necessary to have some independent knowledge also. We have two such institutions. We have an economic council of so-called wise men, and they are professors from the leading universities. And they make policy recommendations to the politicians. That is one such institution. It has existed for 50 years. Then we have another agency, and they are developing models. It's more technical. They have a bigger staff, and they are called DREAM, Danish Research Agency for Economic Analysis and Modeling. They are legally under the Ministry of Finance, but they are not depending on decisions from the ministry or from the minister. They have their own board, and in that board you have the universities in Denmark and the central bank. And this institution are free to negotiate deals, contracts with someone like me. They are my main partner, and we have worked together for 15 years on a lot of different reports. So I simply make a contract with them and have a cooperation. It could be reports. We also cooperated about a PhD in something called agent-based modeling. That's a very special feature in economics in order to study bubbles in the real estate sector. So we have two such institutions, and I think it's important that you don't leave this to private consultancy companies. This is more like research, and they are actually linked together because they share from time to time the staff. You can go from one to the other, and it has worked out well for us. It's very specialized staff, I have to say, and you cannot just take someone from university with a master's degree in economics and put him in. There are no way they will be able to understand these models. So it takes some training, and we have used them for, say, sustainability. We have a model called Green Reform, and that is calculating climate change. And I think this is one of the leading models in the OECD area. It took several years to develop this advanced model. And they have also developed macroeconomic models for the Danish economy, and they have developed more neoclassical model for long-term projections. They are also the ones that make the demographic projections for Denmark. For Statistics Denmark, they are made actually by Dream, and that projection is linked into the SMILE model I talked about. That model is Simulation Model for Individual Life Cycle Evaluation. The acronym is SMILE. And we required that model 15 years ago. It has been developed over 15 years, and it's linked into the demographic model. So I think it's very important that you have an institution like that. It takes time to build it up. It needs very specialized staff. But over time, it has been an advantage for us. And also, I think it's more credible. People rely more on it than the Ministry of Finance, because people will always say, oh, it is governed by the minister, and now this is socialist or this is liberal policy. Then it's better to have someone who are free from the decisions from the minister.
My next question to everybody will be related to climate, because we talked about this, as one of the undergoing lines in the conference. So this cooperation with this institution, sustainability, you said, and I think in the presentation you mentioned flood risks. Was that right? And I'm going to turn to the flood risks. Flood risks. Was that something that you spoke about during your presentation? Sustainability and the risk of having a flood, and you cooperate. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Finally, I got it out of you.
This flood risk, that's a special thing. Now, universities around the world, they are trying to get hold of what would be the impact on the real estate market from flood risks. I have contacts to University of Liverpool in England, and before that to University of Miami, that is very vulnerable to climate change. And we started out a project in Denmark where we would like to study three things, and not just flooding from the sea. Of course, Denmark is very vulnerable to flooding from the sea. Historically, we have been hit by that. But also, in real life, you have flooding from rivers like you saw in Valencia, for instance, and in Germany a couple of years ago. We don't have mountains, but we still have periodic flooding in the wintertime when we have more rain. And then the third thing is that in the ground table of water, the water in the ground, it is rising actually in big parts of the country. It has gone up a lot, and we have very good projections about the future increase from universities in Denmark, from an institution called GEOS. We have analysis almost down to centimeter. So we can make a calculation for each dwelling in Denmark. Those data, we will integrate those data with our model for housing prices, and that project is ongoing right now. Abroad, it has never been attempted, and it is really a lot of data to work with. We have seen in England that flooding risk does not impact housing prices. And if that is true, this is very serious, because that means the day you have disaster, then the prices will fall, and you have systemic risk in the financial sector. Especially with flooding from the sea in Denmark, you have the risk of huge areas being flooded. This happened 150 years ago, but at that time those areas did not have any residential areas, but they have today. So if this happened now, it would be a disaster. We hope that there will be an impact, a negative impact of the risk, so the market will take part of the solution, that there will be adaptation and the prices will slowly decrease over maybe the next 30 or 40 years. But if this is not happening, we will have to go out and make regulation in our country instead.
Thank you so much. Pakalbėkim dabar mes savo kontekstą šitą įneškim.
Now let us bring some our own context. We talked about the risk for floods, which, as it appears, do not influence the real estate prices. But Vilnius, when planning the city about extreme situations, does it include into some talks, discussions? Resilient cities is a term. Resilient cities that should react to certain emergencies, for example. Cities have to be ready and have such plans, irrespective of geopolitical situation. If floods is not a #1 challenge for us, then political situation and geopolitical situation is important. We have to understand the challenges of war, and the security plan was drafted this year. These things have to be planned, and this is, I think, a prerequisite for the city. Depending on the city, Vilnius have to solve the evacuation and security issues if need be. And when developers actually ask for housing, do they ask you of some emergency scenarios? Well, it's symbolic. Most often, I think you are now looking at your smartphones because you received a security alert. It's a test in the system. But now let us go back to the topic. Yes, you hear this, the siren. This is the test. If we talk about resilient cities, yes, in the planning stage, we see the need to understand and assess the resilience to emergency situations. We need maybe to expand also the flood map, and there are other prerequisites for modeling, for the speed of wind. So the city wants to have more data to present this data to real estate consumers or people who live. They want to know to what extent the environment is sustainable, and geopolitical situation is the reality. We live in it for a few years, and we would need to live in it. We need to speak about the developed ecosystem in the city, and also the hideout places and the infrastructure itself. So having new supply, it's important because new objects have a different level of security. There are more parking spaces where you can hide quite a lot of people. So we need to speak about the influence of real estate because it's much wider of a topic, and it's great when cities have such strategies. They can actually look in terms of how many inhabitants they can hide. So we need to have 70 or 80% of places ready for hideaways. So when we have certain challenges of climate change or geopolitical challenges, people could be safe. our cities and heads of the cities have to be in the forefront of implementing these decisions. Okay, we have some questions from the audience, and I'm really grateful for them. For example, we have a question, why good practice examples are from Copenhagen? Why do we want to be similar to Copenhagen? Maybe we should start from Tallinn and Riga, which are in the Baltic states. Laura, maybe the question is to you. Are we trying to be similar to other cities? Well, there are lots of good practice examples. We are happy about Copenhagen experience. Vilnius will never be a Copenhagen or any other city. We are authentic. And if we speak about the Baltic states look at Vilnius. Riga is taking Vilnius as an example. I've just heard about Riga Urban Forum. They have a deserted old town, and they look back at Vilnius and see how we are successful here. Data question was very important to me because we're lost somehow there. Lithuania, Vilnius are regenerating Riga. Lithuanians are the major investors into Riga. We can actually export this quality of life that we are creating here in Lithuania. So, to respond to that question, I think this would be the answer. So, we are looking at Poland, Central European cities, and also the capitals further away. We need to be updated because we are changing and the world is changing. Vilnius City Municipality is planning ISO for city certification that helps you to measure yourself against a similar city, so not to reinvent the wheel. There is an ISO system that can help cities to measure how they managed to perform, how well they did in that year. And that will help us, I think, to measure ourselves against other cities. It's easier to measure with the similar-sized cities, of course. And there was a question whether we can really compare ourselves to Copenhagen, because there is Riga and Tallinn. Do you have any data that is easier or more comparable from similar cities or cities of a similar size? Well, I don't know whether it's a city. It's a question to us. We can provide the data, but we can't compare. Well, we can compare cities amongst themselves to one another, but the data would be different. Well, what I hear is that people lack data, and it's difficult to compare them against one with the other. Maybe it's difficult to compare the situations, but maybe to respond that if there is a need, please tell us about your need to have data. Maybe we have we are of the opinion that we are data givers and we don't generate the analysis, but we try to give this data to the others, because there are institutions that can make a really good analysis. But of course we can help all the time. We always are looking forward to the need for analysis. Thank you very much. It's good that you found your approach to that question. That was my aim, to include the speakers. Well, there are lots of questions about Vilnius, but this one is about other cities. To what extent the ownership of housing actually influences a 15-minute city?
The question, I think, to you is how the success of the 15-minute city, how much it depends on whether one owns a particular real estate unit or rents it. Does it really matter?
That's really a question probably more for Kurt to answer. I think the way I would answer it is that when you're building a city, it's for a really long time. I mean, ideally, the buildings will last for hundreds of years. And the economy is going to change, the demographics are going to change, the culture, the politics are going to change. So I also see that in some ways you're designing a timeless city. So maybe it's students living in the housing now, but maybe it'll be families later. Maybe the housing will be used as a workplace. And you look at the medieval cities, both of Copenhagen and of Vilnius, they've been all kinds of things over different chapters. And because the buildings should remain there, I think for cultural legibility, so you have icons that tell you about the past generations and so forth, they should remain there, and they should be designed in such a way that when they're converted and when the economy and the ways that people communicate and travel and shop and all those kind of things change, they are still designed really, really well. So with that, I know I kind of dodged the question, but I think Kurt could answer it more specifically.
Kurt, let's ask you.
It doesn't matter. If you look at Copenhagen, Copenhagen has the lowest share of owner-occupied housing in Denmark. It's down to 20% only. So you can do it with private rented housing, you can do it with owner-occupied housing. Of course, what's necessary is that you don't start out with urban sprawl like you see in some American cities. There you will find car dependency, a very high share of owner-occupied housing, and in the form of detached housing, that is single-family housing. Like Phoenix, Arizona, that's the most famous example of urban sprawl I can remember. But if you don't have that problem to start with, I would say you can do both. Doesn't really matter.
Thank you. Does anyone else have an opinion whether it matters or not, whether property is owned or rented? Mindaugas?
Manau, kad skirtumo tikrai.
Well, I also believe that it does not matter. Businesses can build private properties. It is important that it is concentrated around working places, and the issue of proximity and being convenient is most important. Whether it's ownership owned or not, it's not that important. I believe that, of course, professionally managed housing contributes positively to the implementation of 15-minute city, but of course Vilnius, Copenhagen are different cities. The ownership percentage is different. In Lithuania, 90% of inhabitants have their own housing, but it has advantages, disadvantages, of course, and we need to assess them. When in Vilnius we will have emergency exit roads, the road that is easily marked and can help us leave the city in a safe way. Laura. Well, we have a safety plan that is being drafted. I'm not a part of that, but lots of experts are working on it. And one of the most important things is that we should need the bridges for evacuation, and I think we should be in halfway with the strategic document, and actually we need that.
Kurt or Martin, does any one of you do you know if Copenhagen has the emergency exit road so that in case of geopolitical emergency, for example, a city would have a clear path which to take, to evacuate basically everybody? If you don't have a comment, that's fine. We are going to move to further questions before we break.
When will municipality revive a new Vilna center, which is really distorted with supermarkets. When will Vilnius municipality revive this area? New Vilna, part of the city, and we are here now, actually. Yes, Naujoji Vilna, or New Vilna, has a very active community, and as far as I know, I didn't have a chance to hear their presentation, but they presented their vision to mayor, and it's good that we have a bottom-up approach. We see the need, the prospects, because they're next to the rail road, and it is the best communication. And we talk with Vilnius Railway, Lithuanian Railway Company, to use the current rail infrastructure for public transportation. We could have 5 stops. So in terms of communication, it's really very good here. And the real estate prices are not as high, and there is a potential to develop this part. And, well, we have workshops. I can't tell you the exact time, but the process is ongoing. There are more questions about Vilnius, but I think I should leave them because there is a comment that why this urban forum is about Vilnius. So, well, it coincided that we have the senior architect here and head of for the development. We are here, and they actually we compared Copenhagen and Vilnius. If you manage to also speak about some other aspect, not on Vilnius, it would be good. We still have to talk about the accessibility of housing, social housing. Well, social housing leaves us with the illusion that it can solve affordability problem. We will have to talk about Vilnius now because we have a strategic planner and one person. So, Laura, I have to ask you and Mindaugas. Well, I'll start, if I may. So, Laura is not as attacked because affordability problem affects entire Lithuania, not only Vilnius. We as Real Estate Development Association carried out a survey on the affordability of housing, and we asked people why they can't afford access housing. So affordability is one thing, is to how many annual income you need to acquire housing. Also, access is a different. Maybe you don't find housing in the area where you have social life, where you work. You can't find anything accessible in terms of quality. So when you ask people about that, half of the people live in the housing that does not comply with their needs. So there should be more in terms of supply. Also different, varied, and also good for students, for one family members, small families, big families. So people are looking for energy efficient housing. So when talking about the reasons why we don't have good accessible housing, I think we are here talking about that. The fact that the approach changed, regulation aspects changed, that do not allow to the real estate business that generates the supply to provide with the products as fast as we would like to. If a lot of time would pass for 2 or 2.5 years to get your keys to your own apartment from the stage of building, now we need to wait for some 5 years. So, and all the problems add up, and it becomes really time-consuming. And it also is reflected on the price. Well, we're used to really fast type of consumption. Now it takes time. In June, every quarter of every quarter in terms of delay, not receiving the permit, not building, that adds up to the price of housing. After a few years, the apartment might have gone up by 10% in terms of a price. And also because labor costs are going up, equipment is going up in terms of price, and it all adds up. Also, Kurt, his slide has a very good point that in order to manage the affordability, accessibility of housing, the supply is very important, not some incentives, benefits, and so on and so forth. And I will also conclude with the statement of Copenhagen Mayor. I heard in the Keynes that statement in the Housing Forum, and Mayor said that accessibility to housing is the issue which keeps me awake at night. Keeps me awake at night. And I would like to ask whether this issue is also what keeps people awake here at night. So that would be a rhetorical question. And I wish that this is the case and also easily solved, quickly solved. Thank you very much. My last question would be state data agency, not directly to you, but maybe you have your own vision in terms of agency opened up lots of data, but municipalities and businesses are not using them. Why do you think this is the case, and is it really the case? The data that you opened up, that you generated, well, I can't really say they're not using, because recently we tried to really open up for the society. We are taking stock of all the information systems. We see what companies have them, and we are trying to raise awareness. Vilnius municipality also showed, and there are other good cases in point. And if open data is needed, please write to us, and we are here for you, so the society has as much data as possible. We also have cases when we need to think what type of data we need to have at our disposal. For example, transaction data. We couldn't make it public because it cannot be made accessible. But maybe we could make a decision on the state level that such data could be made accessible. Also, any mobile data, urban data, maybe we need to speak to broadcasters, also mobile service providers, to open up that data and ensuring confidentiality and having a good format so the society could use them. And maybe we could provide it to state institutions, if not to everybody, and we could solve other issues. Okay, data, climate, social housing are the things that we talked about, but now we need to wrap up. Each and every one of you, tell one statement, one step, or one sentence on what we or you have to do specifically, so the city, not necessarily Vilnius, any city in the world could come closer to that 15-minute city, if this is something we are aiming to achieve. Laura. As I've mentioned, in the case of Vilnius, we need to have possible police centers where we can develop this 15-minute city, and then we need to have a concept how to implement it. Because when we speak about the services that should be within easy reach, we need to have a mix of territories, hospitals, schools, supermarkets, also leisure centers. We are monofunctional in terms of planning, and our major focus is on residential areas, but we can't have the low-quality expansion. We need to ensure other functions. We need to plan in terms of local centers and to have a strategy that we are going to develop the infrastructure here, because without it we can't develop. Mindaugas, to be brief, we need to focus everything on high quality implementation of our city plan, and that has to include all the stakeholders, think tanks, and so on and so forth, and to carry out the monitoring, because this is the solution, the planning document with respect to which business makes decisions, buys also land plots, and this is a city vision that has to be adhered to. The city has to have a strong strategy, strong vision in an open document that should be monitored. So good implementation of a general plan. Thank you.
Did you get the question?
You need to include socioeconomic issues more in your strategy for the 15-minute city.
Thank you. Jana?
Well, from our own side, I think we need to focus on opening up data that would be useful to every institution, and also to collect the need of that data. Thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, I will build on what Laura said, that you need to define what are these different polycentric nodes. And I believe you've already done that you already know that these are the 8 or 10 or 20, I don't know how many different nodes, and I think it's important to identify them early. Then it's important to identify how do they connect, not by highways, but by rail also, and by bicycles. And I understood yesterday that there is actually a plan for that sort of thing, how those different connect. And then finally, each one of those nodes needs to be a node that is as socially meaningful as the medieval city itself. That it's got to have cozy, it's got to have squares, it's got to have pedestrian places, places that tell the story of the city. And I think that's the key, is to make that the challenge. Because really in cities around the world, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't matter where you go in Asia or Europe or in the United States, really the places that have that sort of legibility and that kind of social life tend to be the places that were developed 100, 200, 300 years old. Let's break that tradition and then create new little cities that are like the old town, so that not everyone has to be in the old town to have that kind of meaningful life, but one that could be in different places. And I would just also say that, development takes a long time. Most of the projects I work on take minimum of 5 years, usually it's 10 or 20 years. So we don't know what the world is exactly going to look like. So we look at data now, but it really is important to create these as timeless places that can adapt to a different economy and situations that none of us know about.
Thank you so much. Ačiū labai visiems, ačiū labai už atsakymus į klausimus.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. It was a bit chaotic, but later on we said quite a lot and good things. Thank you very much. Before giving the round of applause, we will come back after 20 minutes, 12:40, and please come back here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome back after the break. Everybody who's watching us on Delphi and here in this wonderful place after the break, after lovely conversations, I invite everybody to come back and focus your attention to very interesting presentations. Sustainability challenges in the Lithuanian urban design. Yesterday, today, and what about tomorrow? It's going to be presented by an associate professor, Dr. Inesa Lestratovaitė-Kurtinaitienė, head of the Department of Urban Studies at Vilnius Tech. Please welcome her with a round of applause so that everybody, even upstairs, would hear that we're starting our second part, would come closer. Good afternoon. It's lovely to see everyone. I want to thank the Ministry of Environment that they invited a speaker from the academia. You see the topic. Where I would like to begin is that the Department of the Urban Studies at Vilnius Tech is one of the main institutions that study research urban studies. And one of the main goals of this institution is development of urban design traditions, development of urban studies theory and practice, and it reaches these goals through studies, research and practice. This year we celebrate 18 years of professional urban studies, so this department is celebrating its 80th anniversary. Compared to other organizations, you see some institutions that were established in 1944, for example, the World Bank, the Food and Agriculture Organization, whereas the program on Habitat is celebrating its around 40 years anniversary. So there are institutions that are younger than us. So our department is more experienced than those seasoned institutions. Through this time, we have witnessed a lot of changes, and we reacted to it, responded to it in academia, in studies, in practice. With this presentation, I will give just a handful of events, of challenges related to sustainability. And I will talk about our department, how we used to respond and how we are still responding to those challenges that we face in our everyday life. I chose 3 categories. Yesterday, something that happened up to the year 2000. Today, something that started from the start of this millennia up to this day, and tomorrow is the category that is very relative. We often mention the year 2050 or 2070, so you'll see yourselves. So let us take a look at the treasures of the past and of the future. So the first challenge concerning sustainability has been declared for a long time and discussed thoroughly in our community at Vilnius Tech, the relationship between the historic and modern city. In most cities in the Baltic states, you have a lot of heritage, architectural heritage. And when we talk about sustainable development, there is a challenge of representing and integrating historical spaces into the current contemporary fabric of the city. And there are lots of pieces of research. I cannot list all the names. I'll mention just a few. Everybody knows Algimantas Miškinis and his contribution to all the series of heritage protection of Lithuanian urban life. He has studied historic development of urban life. Also, Antanas Pilypaitis has contributed to the project of Vilnius Old City Regeneration Plan. There are also other contributors to different research regarding Vilnius City. There's also Vytautas Jurkštas, who analyzed Vilnius, Kaunas and Klaipėda and their old city and their composition. And what can I say about today is that the relationship between different areas is analyzed through including state, public and private institutions. We have developed opportunities studies genre, which is not accessible to many private companies. And our studies are different because we have a lot of scientific reasoning, as we should at Vilnius Tech. So we analyze, for example, the effect of different developments to the panorama of the city, and how to give priority to the unique unique nature of the center of Vilnius. And Vilnius City Center is included in the UNESCO's heritage list, so this is really important. The second challenge is related to social and economic agility. Baltic and other European cities face decrease in their residents. And so we tend to look into the regeneration of the urban fabric. Kazys Šešelgis has to be mentioned here. He tried to create cultural, ecological, economically balanced system. He tried to create a model and how to implement it. His theory allowed us to urbanize Lithuania rationally and stop hypertrophic growth of biggest cities. When Lithuania became the EU member, we found out that the idea of Kazys Šešelgis, the idea of polycenter development, is actually declared in many EU documents. So it means that we have a good foundation. And how do we react to it today? Respond to it today. We continue the created system and we represent it in our work. In the third year of the studies, students analyze smaller towns and centers of municipalities in Lithuania, students prepare development plans for those municipality centers. During the panel discussion, we talked mainly about Vilnius, whereas we have a lot of things to say about the smaller towns in Lithuania. We don't only focus on the urban fabric, we talk about different kind of characteristics. We mainly focus on the quality of the environment, how to support it while developing the city area. Small town could be compared to a district in a bigger city. So students solve separate problems of those smaller towns, for example, renovation of residential buildings, so that they would meet energy efficiency standards, social inclusivity standards, and that they would be adapted to the contemporary city structure. The third challenge of sustainability is climate crisis and city resilience. Due to climate change, we have some extreme weather conditions, and this poses a bigger threat. Therefore, cities have to respond to those phenomena and adapt both from the physical standpoint and through community standpoint. In 1990s, we had a textbook about environment, which was pretty modern at the time. And it showed how ignoring issues surrounding environment and the laws that work in the environment results in damages. And the author of the textbook, Kazys Šešelgis, tried to educate environmental thinking already at that point in time. So it was quite an innovative textbook for that time. Nowadays, we really talk about these challenges in the final projects of the students. They analyze the relationship between the environment and urbanization. This is a work by Martinkevich, a final master's thesis. She analyzes the conflict between industrial territories that brought the biggest changes to the cities, but which became the engine for eco-crisis. She analyzes Malmö city in Sweden, a particular industrial district, and she tried to suggest a regeneration plan that would reflect cohesion between urban and life and the environment surrounding it. The fourth challenge is social integration and community spirit. Social integration helps us to ensure that all city dwellers would have access to amenities, community resources, and sense of community increases inclusivity and strengthens social connections. These two principles, integrated into urban planning, create conditions so that people would feel needed, that they would feel included, and you would have a strong community despite differences of the members making that community. Another textbook, you can see, that was published in the 1990s, where the author analyzed sociology aspects. He talked about planning, infrastructure, and how that infrastructure can support social integration. During architecture studies, the second year, we have a module about architecture and community. Students plan a small complex, architectural complex, usually a community center. And during that module, architecture students meet representatives of the community. They analyze their cultural, recreational needs. They analyze historical development of that area, evaluate environmental conditions. They also solve different tasks related to planning of that area. The fifth challenge is the urban sprawl and suburban areas. We've seen images by the chief architect of Vilnius that this is a challenge that is very relevant to us today. And unfortunately, all Baltic cities have this tendency of spreading out, and it actually negatively affects whole regions, whole urban regions. Therefore, long-term development should be based on compact shapes and effectiveness of services and infrastructure. One of the urban concepts was suggested by Professor Daunora, which was suggested again in the 90s. And I think it's not obsolete at all. It's still relevant to us today. And also there is an idea of green ring that would connect the closest suburbs of Vilnius. Is the newer concept that has been suggested. And I think there are many arguments for this plan. It was based on the environment and real indexes that support this model. In 2017, our department saw a PhD thesis by Sertautas, In that thesis, he analyzes the change in urban development of the cities Vilnius, Kaunas, and Klaipėda. And this is a very good thesis, very relevant to all of us, and I suggest you read. The sixth challenge is the quality of public spaces and the expression of the natural landscape. What could I say? High quality public spaces and integrated natural landscape supports community spirit. It improves the health of its residents and creates aesthetic ecological balance. Different parks, green spaces decreases pollution and creates healthier environment. And together, all these factors improves the quality of life and social inclusion.
Urban department has integrated the so-called landscape management and design. And Irena Daujotaitė, Giedrė Mažinskienė were the ones who discussed on the compositional structure of our landscape. And you see that they are aesthetically independent and hide a huge potential of the city. In our studies, we have a few modules that respond to our everyday realities. So it's a model that looks into the public spaces. Also, some 3 years ago, landscape program was launched, and we have the first BA students. So we had sustainability in urbanism. We went hand in hand together with new things, innovations, and we're focusing on that. But what we had yesterday is a tradition. What we have today is a trend. And what we'll have tomorrow, we call innovations. What is innovations without traditions? Most probably nothing. And today it's no secret that technologies are going hand in hand with our everyday life, and not everybody is catching up with them. In our path here we have a general model, architecture and innovations. But with regard to the profile of urban department, we call them urbanism and innovations. In this module we have decision solutions for the future and which are important for our future. Mr. Sirtutas is a curator, and students get to know about innovative trends, technologies, the influence to the design of urban structures. We're trying to focus on the abilities on conceptual projects and proposing new solutions. First challenge, the relationship of a city and tomorrow in 2023-24. And the work is called Out in City Project, where sustainability is not a part and parcel of the city itself, but also its historical nucleus, center. So the question is whether the city, old town, should remain unchanged or grow. What could be scenarios for the growth of city nucleus to so that traditions are retained. And this work got third place in the scientific research works competition. You can scan or take a walk across that work or thesis. Another piece of research is experiment with a 15-minute city. You have heard and listened about it. This work is an ongoing work. and you will be able to see how it works in any Lithuanian city, not only in Lithuania. Third sustainability challenge is the resilience of sustainability for the future. Here we are modeling the microclimatic zones and how they change, and in this project we are looking at one of the hottest problems is global warming, and Vilnius city climate is being analyzed, and one of the aims was to look for easily developed solutions to talk about how efficient they are and to look at the modeling as a computer game. It's a hot potato, so to say. The highest temperature and driest territory is amongst the Soviet buildings, also the supermarkets, and the experiment is very interesting. This piece of research was the first among all the pieces of research in 22. Another project, sense of community, and Vilnius as a center for communities. In this application, you can see Vilnius social demographic survey, and the main aim being the discussions amongst the regions, city planning projects, and promoting that. And the project aims to reduce social exclusion, to focus on the sense of community. The main strategy is that the city is perceived as a collection of different communities. The work in 21 came first. Fifth sustainability challenge is urban environment and surrounding areas. Future project with regard to transport-oriented development methodology in order to check the possibilities of density on current and future transport trends. It is now being developed. The review will be in January. Follow our news and you will not miss it. And the sixth sustainability challenge project, the future project illustrated on the topic of the need for virtual means in design. The project is in Fabijoniškės, one of the districts, and one of the main issues dealt how virtual reality could help designing cities. And the authors had the hypothesis: imagine 2070, when it is possible or probable that design concept will have changed, the spaces will be designed with the help of artificial intelligence, virtual reality. But how could we avoid or prevent unresponsible design? And the aim here was to have a tool for that. Even though this is a result of mixed reality, the tool helps to model it in virtual reality only, but it's a very interesting project. Look at it. And my last slide, even though all these innovations are based on city tradition, its unique structure, its own texture of Lithuanian cities, and we need specific knowledge and decisions, and also good urban management. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Lietuviškos stiprios urbanistikos, aš tik pakartoju, labai
We need good Lithuanian urban solutions, which is a phrase that will be repeated. But now I would like to give the floor to the speaker from the Netherlands, Jerome Dirks,
architect, urban designer at KCAP, and you can tell us how to actually pronounce your name.
Oh, it's Jeroen Dirks.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck. We are all ears.
Thank you very much. Well, it's very exciting to be here. I'll walk around a bit. And I'm very excited because I want to share a research we did recently on major metropolitan areas across Europe. I'm Jeroen Dirks. I'm a partner at KCP. We're a design firm based in Rotterdam and Zurich. We have about 100 people working across the disciplines of urban design, architecture, and landscape design, and we really see our power in the integration of these disciplines. And today I also want to go a bit through scales, because we work on the large scale, but also on project levels. And the largest scale we currently are looking at is these metropolitan areas. But I also want to make it tangible and link it to projects that we are doing within certain teams. So the research we just finished was a comparative study of 5 metropolitan regions for the 6th metropolitan region of Madrid, because they are looking into cross-municipal planning and asked us to study how other cities did it across Europe. And what was striking is that, however, that these cities are very different, the topics they are working on, the themes, the problems, but also the solutions are very comparable. And that might also be very relevant for Vilnius. Vilnius is, of course, not as big as these metropolitan areas, but see that as your advantage, because many of these cities, they are really in a critical mode, very high housing prices, infrastructure which is too tight, big challenges regarding adaptation to climate crisis, energy demands. So be ahead of all these problems by anticipating and planning your city good now for the future. We made that comparative analysis on certain topics based on desktop research of the different planning documents, but also on interviews with people involved in making these plans. And that was very fun to do because it's really people's work, and it's a strong collaboration between multidisciplinary experts, so city planners, mobility experts, housing experts, demographic experts, who all sit together and exchange ideas. And the nice thing about the metropolitan area, it's also mentioned a couple of times today, is you're not only looking at that center, you're looking at a city as a system, also with a huge surrounding, with the outskirts, and how people commute every day into that city, how you can make it more polycentric, and how you can work across also municipal boundaries. I think that was the essence of a lot of these metropolitan regions. We are not limited by political boundaries, by planning boundaries. They reached out to everybody within that metropolitan region, also smaller municipalities, and they really saw these win-wins. So the city needs green, the outskirts have that, so let's make good connections towards those outskirts, while the outskirts are very dependent on some economics in the city, so how can we make a good trade-off? And it was very holistic, so a lot of these planning documents, they see that there's a lot of interrelation between topics. We also heard it today several times. And the multimodal model makes that people commute less, so you have work closer to where you are living. Your facilities nearby had to have that 15-minute city. That also makes that there's a certain density needed in different regions, and that, of course, adds to a housing strategy. So it's all interconnected, and that makes it extremely complex, but also very fascinating. So I want to walk you through certain themes, themes that are quite remarkable for each of these metropolitan areas, but every metropolitan area was addressing these themes. So they were very holistic over all these areas. Economy was a very important one for Hamburg. Hamburg as a large harbor city, they saw that the cities around it, because they looked at a very large metropolitan area, like the biggest one in our study, that they were in a mode of competition. And they thought like, yeah, but if we collaborate, if we try to be more complementary, we are an interdependent system, then we all thrive better in the long run. And that was really the goal which put power into this process. And we noticed that the vision on economy is really stepping down from this unlimited growth. We are all very aware that our planet has boundaries and that we really have to look to more circular economy models, so that the circles of waste, of materials are more locally solved. And that is done in concepts like a productive city, where you try to keep production and fabrication also locally. That's also with a focus on creating local jobs, promoting local entrepreneurship, so that also your revenues and wealth can grow. And there we see a very significant move with the focus on ESG investments. The protocol, also supported by the UN Sustainable Development Goals, to only target investments to companies who are doing business sustainable. And we're going to see far more regulations in that field coming up, which will have a spatial impact. We already see major headquarters are moving to station areas. They don't want to sit out in the periphery on car access locations anymore. So that is really creating a dynamic also in more sustainable urban planning. Also looking to renewable energy. So places who have access to renewable energy will prosper that from that supply. Also accessibility and logistics should be well organized. And that's also really coming down into areas like this one, where we're working up in the periphery of Amsterdam, in Zaanstad, the Achtersluispolder, a huge harbor area, but within that huge urban pressure of the metropolitan area of Amsterdam. So here we're looking at a densification with housing while preserving also key industrial activities, and looking how these industrial activities can really become part of a more circular economy mode of operation. Looking also at energy systems, waste and resource systems, very much also in collaboration with the entrepreneurs on the ground. Also in the area where our office is located, it's called the Piekstraat in Rotterdam, historic industrial area. There also the municipality has said, like, we see that as an amazing area to transform. We're close to a station, but we want to keep blue-collar work in that area. There has to be industry in combination with housing, because we want to keep that jobs and we want to keep production also in our city center. Very complex but interesting assignments, where we also look into what creative industry can do in placemaking and how they can create a very unique district, also celebrating the industrial heritage in a space like there, and what you also see, for example, here. Mobility is a key element. It has been mentioned many times also in the concept of the 15-minute city. There we see that metropolitan areas are really focusing on the transit-oriented development. Really look at your public transport nodes, your stations, your bus lines, and invest in those, not only in the actual physical infrastructure, making maybe extra metro lines or train lines, but also increasing the intensity of the service on those lines, and really working on these station areas. So concentrating density there, so that this intensity of the service can be increased. And within those nodes, really prioritize cycling and walking and push out gradually the car use, because you create a really good alternative. It is no use to try to abolish cars if there's not a good alternative for public transport and cycling. This has been proven in our projects in Zurich, the station area development Europa Allee. There we also created an inner city densification, which became hugely popular, not only because of the mixed use, the differentiation and the high quality of public space, and all these facilities were there, but also because companies want to be in these kind of locations. So it was a mix of education and office space, and Google is renting out a huge part of that office space because that's the kind of location they want to be. And that is prospering the city as a whole. We took those lessons and brought them to Eindhoven, the 5th largest city of the Netherlands. Very interesting because it's one of the most innovative cities in Europe. They have a huge talent pool of engineers, IT people. ASML, for example, is nearby, the chip manufacturer. And they had a station area with a huge potential, spanning between the city center and the university campus. They thought like, yeah, let's make optimal use of this area and increase the density there on top of that public transport node, both for housing, but also for new economical activities. And how did they do that? Because it was already an existing area, was to really use all that excess space that was planned for cars in the 60s, 70s. Huge highways entered the cities, large parking lots were just lying there, and by optimizing that space, making more tight profiles, really with more focus on pedestrians and cyclists, a huge amount of space could be liberated to bring that new program to the city. But not only that, there was also space for green, for water. The River Dommel is going through the city. It was a bit the backside, but that's now celebrated as a new front side, and also an important recreational route from the city center towards the outskirts to the landscape, so that the city can really offer that as a living quality to the residents, to all that talent that they want to attract and flourish. Living is a key topic, especially also in Paris, where there's a lot of issues also in the social inequality, housing prices, a lot of topics to address. And there, one of the key topics is to invest in existing neighborhoods. I think that's also a message to Vilnius, where you have a lot of post-socialist housing complexes, a lot of areas which are in need of renovation. Use the development that you can make to increase densities in these areas and turn the profits into funds for renovation of these neighborhoods. Also focus on making affordable housing. Like there's a lot of cities now putting quota on that, very ambitious quota. In Amsterdam, they're now at 40% social housing, 40% affordable housing, and only 20% free market housing for every new development. That is the highest one, I think, anywhere. Really to push for that inclusion in every new development. There's also a new trend on optimizing occupancy, because the message of building more and more housing is also, of course, limited by carbon footprint of all that new construction. So what can be gained in using existing houses which are empty, which are maybe second houses? Can incentives be given maybe by taxation to increase the occupancy of empty places? And then, yeah, making that density is key, also with making the facilities like schools, public facilities, nearby on that walking distance, as mentioned earlier before. And it was also mentioned in Copenhagen, the community building is also essential. If you have these shared facilities, you are also socially more connected to your neighborhood. You get to know your neighbors, and that really strengthens a lot of issues, or solves a lot of issues like loneliness of elderly people and mental health, for example. We took a lot of lessons from this project done in Amsterdam, early 90s. It was also community participation, where a collective of people of Amsterdam took the initiative to make the most sustainable neighborhood in the world. They were very ambitious, so no cars are driving into this area, making it a very nice landscape for people to meet. And it's a very self-organizing community where people organize parties, they know their neighbors, and volunteers also maintain the landscape and have social contact through that. It's an extremely popular neighborhood in Amsterdam because of these social activities. And that's also something we want to bring to post-war areas. Also, the Netherlands has a lot of post-war social housing areas with lower income levels, less to spend, also some social tensions. And this project was one to bring new housing typologies, new facilities to these areas to increase the living quality and also the mixity of that neighborhood. So it is bridging a gap between two separate neighborhoods. Each neighborhood was not big enough to support their own facilities. We see that a lot with planned areas. The amount of people decrease from the past, and here the connection was made between them so they could share their facilities, that there was more mobility, and there was also 800 new houses added in a typology that the neighborhood did not have before. We also do that a lot with office areas, monofunctional office areas like this one in Rotterdam. In the 80s, the thinking of the city was that the city was the CBD and people should live in the suburbia. So a lot of office areas were built, especially in Rotterdam, where after the bombing, a lot of the housing was cleared. But this became a very derelict area. There were no people in the weekend, socially unsafe. You also see all the cars on the street, from these people driving into town. And the city saw it as a huge opportunity to increase housing in areas like this. So we made a plan almost 30 years ago to allow for towers on points within that fabric while keeping some of the office functions, but tripling the density of this area, mainly adding housing. And that had an amazing effect, not only on this area, but on the whole city, because more people could live in the city, just walk or cycle to work like I do every day, and also improve the public space by putting the cars inside the buildings, not on the streets, improving the waterfronts, the public space, and that mixed use also allowed for more facilities to come there, like one of the most popular bakeries in Rotterdam, so that people would really enjoy living in the city and would bring them back from living in the outskirts. We also go quite radical in that. This is a project we do in Amsterdam. There we top up existing office buildings with housing. The office buildings also have a sort of modernist monument status. And we go quite far in also stacking landscape under and up buildings. This is, of course, quite extreme for Vilnius, but it's a fun way to deal in major cities like Amsterdam, where spaces like this are very scarce. Then there's also nature, very important, a topic we saw a lot in Switzerland, in Zurich. There, the metropolitan planning is, of course, working with that extreme landscape that they're working with. And there is a shift of seeing nature in a metropolitan area not only as a place for health and recreation, very important that people can go from these very dense nodes to the forest areas, to the lakes during the weekends or in the evening to do sports, to recreate, but also to preserve these areas, especially in urban expansion. It's key to to keep your natural resources and ecology systems whole. And there's also more and more focus on bringing that nature into the city, into developments, adding biodiversity as an element. So not only making cities for people, but also for fauna and flora. Also with the eye on climate adaptation. So there's a loss of biodiversity because of that. And there's a huge issue with water management. So there will be storm rains, there will be surges of water. So how do you work with that? What space do you provide for that water management? That's a key topic. And cities in China have been working on that already for the past 15 years. The concept of sponge city is very popular there. We have also been working on a couple of these concepts where they very radically look at the water management in their city, not only as an engineering task, but really as an urban renovation potential. So this river course in Shenzhen was really a backside, very polluted, running through an industrial area. That's really turned into a beautiful landscape with space for recreation, for nature, for water buffering, really turning that part of the town around so that it becomes a highly attractive space for living. And that's done across several cities. Also along coastlines, of course, there's a huge topic to preserve and to protect these areas. This is an area also in Shenzhen where typhoons were hitting the coastline. Small fishermen villages were highly impacted because of these typhoons. So we, with the Water Bureau, we made a concept of coastal protection using also nature-based solutions, keeping oyster banks or mangrove forests in the sea, making a beautiful promenade, which actually also attracts tourism and improves the economy of these villages, but also in the land side, allow for buffering of water, which comes running down the hills. So in that way, we target a lot of topics in one smart intervention across more than 80 kilometers. So that's what we see now more and more, this link between nature, the effects of climate change and housing is something not to be neglected. So we are working also with a lot of water agencies, for example, in this development where we work within a dike where water collection and absorption is key, and the Netherlands is of course extremely specialized in that task, but also bringing that nature in that housing. This is a housing complex in Nijmegen along one of the major inland rivers, which then allows for biodiversity as well as sort of community building of people using that landscape. So that's the we don't see a conflict between nature and housing, but with our landscape architects and our architects, we work together to merge these qualities to also provide habitats for birds, for bees, for hedgehogs in our housing areas. Governance is really key. It's often a bit neglected by designers, but we see the collaboration between stakeholders as essential to have a successful process. And that was also done very successfully in Barcelona as we looked at it, where, as I mentioned, within these metropolitan areas, you really have to collaborate across boundaries. The city doesn't stop at your municipal boundary, it really goes across. So you have to talk with experts also outside the city. And also you have to talk with people from different disciplines. So spatial planners have a certain knowledge, demographic experts, economic experts, they all have a piece of the information which is essential of coming to good solutions. So go sit together in a room, become best friends, and try to solve these problems jointly. And it's not about he is right and I'm wrong, it's that everybody has their expertise and you have to learn from each other. So communication and mutual understanding is really key in these processes. where we also have to reach out to the people actually living in those areas. Public participation, so public support for the project is really key. So you can also, what they did in Barcelona was to assign task forces, really identify an urban problem, and then works within a collection of stakeholders to solve this. That's also done in the Haven City, for example, a major project we worked on to devise the framework plan. There the public authority took leadership to start a development company, the Haven City GmbH, to develop this whole harbor area according to this plan by really optimizing the workings between public authority and market parties. So they actually tender each of the development parts through a competition process where they both invite developers who team up with designers to come with the best solution for each of these steps. And that's not only done for buildings, that's also done for landscape, but also for the energy, for example. They really tendered the energy network of the city to different energy companies to come up with the most sustainable model for the city. And that was done in 2 steps, because after 10 years, your energy concept can be very different. And we were lucky to also win a tower competition in this development. Public participation is also a key element which we learned in Denmark, in Fredericia. We've worked on a huge competition to select a designer for this waterfront development. A lot of tension because it was an area which was almost 1/3 of the whole city. So all the citizens were very deeply involved. Some people lost their jobs because the industry moved out. There was quite some anger also. So there was a huge process to also engage people and to bring them on board through participation. Not only old people, they show up always, the pensioners, but also the young people. It's an area close to Billund, where Legoland is situated, so they could build their own city in Legos. And then through this competition, where a panel of experts also advised on what would be the best outcome. And we won that process, also very much listening to what were the concerns of the inhabitants and really working towards the city that they envisioned. And even delivering more, because we were able to add some canals to this area, which were highly favored and where also people are now extremely enthusiastic about. So they were really wanting this project now. Well, when we started, they didn't want to see us. And that landscape also is now this catalyst for community building. People take ownership of that landscape. There's initiatives to maintain the park collectively. There's urban farming initiatives. People use the canals to swim, to sport, which of course has a huge impact on health and community. And now we're working in Breda, a huge area, also in the inner city, with very distributed ownership. So several owners have to collaborate. So there the municipality initiated a process where all these owners are forced to work together. So the municipality said, like, we're not gonna give anybody a permit here if you don't jointly make a good plan. And then they hired us. And we also reached out to the people living there to really set an agenda what this area can be together. So some conclusions. This holistic approach is key. You cannot just take out a single topic and excel on that. You really have to work across these topics, across these scales, as I listed them here for your overview. And that's how you start a process of transformation, because it's not something you come with a sort of ideal city idea and implement it in a greenfield. You take an existing context, an existing society, and work with them to transform from A to B and the long term. We also use a lot of computational design tools. That's also something we're very excited about. It's also mentioned more times today. data has become essential. We are post the era where we're just doing ideological planning. You really have to fund your statements on data. So we are also working on computational design tools which can calculate the carbon footprint of urban development, for example, the flood risk of urban development, how walking routes will be activated, wind, sun, microclimate, all very important elements in proving that there's a high quality in that new development. So that's my excitement about my work, so I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Thank you so much. We did enjoy it, and just one brief remark is that all of the pictures are taken when the sun is out. So it now seems that Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and Vilnius are like the sunniest 3 cities in the world after this.
Exactly, yes. Only positive vibes.
Positive vibes only. I just want to ask you something very small, because we are sort of running out of time, but we are going to talk about how climate change is going to change Lithuanian cities in just a minute. And you have talked about it. You have mainly talked about water management issues. Is that right? Is that the main issue that the cities will be, facing in the very near future, or would you not single out the water management?
It starts with, of course, the whole carbon footprint issue and all greenhouse gases. So our way of living currently is not within planetary boundaries. So we have to drop that significantly, and that has huge impact on how we will build, how we live. So that's across the board. I think the water issue is almost climate adaptation. You also have to look first at mitigation, trying to prevent the increase of temperatures, and that really starts with reducing carbon footprint.
Thank you so very much for sharing all of your knowledge, and thank you for being here with us. We're going to give you a big round of applause and let you off the stage.
The future we don't want. How climate change is going to change Lithuanian cities. This is a presentation given by Senior Advisor for the Climate Policy Group, Ministry of Environment, Dr. Judita Liukaitytė-Kukienė. A round of applause, and then you can start your presentation. Good afternoon. When I came here, people said, you come here to frighten us. It's not a fear-mongering in my mind. I just want to warn you about what will happen in the future. And if we know what to be afraid of, then we can prepare in advance. And we can take necessary measures so that we avoid damages brought by climate change. However, headlines can induce fear, for sure, when we take a look at what's happening around the world. Even this month alone, we've seen a lot of floods that happened around the world. For example, in France, when we had, in a few hours' time, the whole rainfall that happens throughout a year in Lithuania. For example, 50 millimeters in an hour in Roswell, New Mexico, USA. And then we heard what happened in Spain. It was a total disaster. And all the EU is looking for the ways to help the region, because it's €1 billion damage for the region. Unfortunately, this is a climate change threat that we have to face, and we have to take action in order to prevent it. We see sometimes that even government should take responsibility for inaction, and we have to prepare for these disasters. We, for example, can have caution system. How do we announce the upcoming extreme conditions to the public? The World Meteorology Organization says that we are on the warmest year on record. We have exceeded the Paris Agreement 1.45 degree limit. We have to decrease the CO2 emissions around the globe. and we have to prepare for what's coming, for the climate change. We say that living in Lithuania is very good. But compared to other countries, although we see rising temperatures in Lithuania, we will still have 4 seasons, we'll still have winter and snowfall during winter. But of course we will have to prepare for the damage made, for example, to Vilnius due to extreme weather conditions. And what should each of us prepare for so that the climate effects would be as little as possible? If we take a look at the temperature changes, we see that it rises around the world. You see red numbers that mark winter months. So the winter is getting warmer and warmer. We won't have those really cold nights we're used to. And then you see the red line with August. This is going to be the hottest month throughout the year. We'll have heat waves, and these will get stronger and stronger. Changing temperature and will affect different sectors, and insurers are already counting the damages to agriculture, to infrastructure, also to health. Flora, fauna is changing. But speaking of cities, which is the main topic today, when you want to develop infrastructure and buildings, we have to keep in mind that temperature is around 0, meaning that we will have this freezing, frosting, and then defrosting, which will affect buildings and roads. So what materials should we use? That is a very important question. I've also mentioned the heat in August. Heat waves are becoming more frequent, and they will be more and more frequent in the future. Not only in August, but in other months as well. We have hot nights, tropical nights, above 20 degrees Celsius. They will become more frequent, and we need to prepare for that as well. Because sometimes we are suffocating in the city, not only because of the heat, because all the surfaces get really hot during sunny days, but also the air pollution is increasing. So during those heat waves, air pollution affects us. We have many measures, starting with the very simple ones that many municipalities take in order to protect human health. So that, for example, we have water stations so that we would hydrate ourselves. Then we have some cooling zones where we have more humidity. But then again, we need to think of how to protect our infrastructure and our roads. For example, the road to Utena is already infamous for that. And we need sometimes to limit traffic, limit truck traffic, so that we wouldn't damage our roads that much. And then finally we have buildings. We talked with the Ministry of Health, and we were trying to change maybe hygiene norms, because it has become too hot for students in classrooms. Sometimes we have some air conditioning in classrooms, and air conditioning, cooling is getting more and more important, so that during heat waves you could continue working and studying. But we have to look at the city as a big area that we have to ensure comfort in, so that it wouldn't be too hot. And I've seen a few presentations. There was a university study about the heat islands in Vilnius, and I would like to see another piece of research after the steps that Vilnius municipality takes, because we're looking for greener solutions. So I wonder about its effects on the heat island effect. And greenery, different plants, they help. Again, the design of the building is very important. It's not a coincidence that in southern countries build white buildings, and a black building can have up to 20 degrees more warmer just due to its color. So some cities make necessary choices, and others have to step up their game in terms of heat waves. The biggest challenge for Lithuania is going to be not heat, but precipitation. What I've mentioned at the beginning, that the rainfall is getting bigger. We heard presenters before saying that city floods during heavy rains is one of the biggest challenges. And if we take a look at weather forecasts, we see that the average rainfall will not increase that much, but the single downpours will become more and more intense. For example, during a heavy rainfall in 12 hours' time, our streets will become rivers. So we have to take a look at territories we have where the rain is able to infiltrate into the ground. So the agency has analyzed different zones, how floods damage the areas, and how climate change can affect these areas. How we can change the risk of floods, how can these territories be flooded or not flooded, and we will calculate the probability, because the flood that I shown you before can repeat every 100 years, and it can be disastrous. It can ruin, destroy the territories. You can lose lives and destroy the property. And when we speak about the river flood territories, everybody says, look at Kaunas. So if we had a small likelihood flood, the territory is close to the center. So here you see a region next to the shore. We have highlands, and then the impact would be different. If we had low impact flood, the view would be completely different. A big part of the city would not be ready, and the streets would be flooded, and would not manage that. If we were to take Vilnius, the situation in Vilnius is quite good. There are no bigger zones that could be flooded, and it would be nice to see what the situation will be in this territory. This is Dūmų Street, the street we are now. I would see that the factory would be flooded. And this map shows that within bigger floods, within bigger rainfall, this territory would be flooded as well. Another city at highest risk is Panevėžys, and if we were to think about the adaptation or climate mitigation plan, they have it. However, there are territories that would be flooded, even though the situation would be better if it is managed well. And some strategic streets would be flooded during the floods. There are preventive, administrative tools not to build in some areas. And
where we can help the city, where we can help the city dwellers are green areas, because they can absorb the water. Also preventive measures. We have to resort onto certain measures today, how to warn, to inform their clients where the house could be flooded. We also have to think about reconstruction. And when we talk about green solutions, about the solutions that are natural, help us during the heat waves, and to manage the precipitation, to absorb it. We speak about benefit in terms of landscape, recreative zones, parks, CO2 absorption in our parks and forests and meadows. And also, when we speak about who or what should be reacting, who should be implementing those measures, the urban developers, they need to look into to what extent we can resort to such measures and implement them. And we have different examples. What type of tools could those be? From very simple things where the asphalt areas could be covered with the covering that could absorb at least a little bit the water. Also, we have smart decisions where rainwater could be absorbed for a short period of time. Also, some good examples in other countries where we can give parks or meadows to precipitation water. If we see the city, the landscape, also the tools, because Vilnius deals quite well with certain problems, we need to maybe focus what can be done. And we saw the examples from Norway when the park in the city is designed in a way so all the territories are flooded. But the housing is not flooded. Or in certain cases, we have meadows that could be flooded. We know that if we know that the flood is coming, then we wouldn't be pasturing the animals and focusing on flooding there. So the future that we don't want, but it is coming. So what we know and what we saw in our presentations, that we lack action in the cities. So the city infrastructure and everything which is around could be ready for climate change and mitigation of climate change. Thank you. Thank you very much for being so clear, for providing us really nice examples. One thing, when you say that white buildings in the south, black in the north, so when we're approaching zero, what type of color should be using? Well, the color is not the main thing, the focus. When we talk about 0 centigrade, if white, it can reflect heat, and black could absorb heat and increase the outside temperature. But we need to look at the sustainability of our buildings and good for our conditions. So we shouldn't be we should be thinking about the problems, for example, the accumulation of ice. So we need to look at the conditions, what is relevant to us, and to make design in this way. Well, You also mentioned Panevėžys that would be flooded. Great that we will have the representative from Panevėžys. But they have lots of innovative projects. There is this also a river diversion project. Well, maybe this could influence this river diversion could be one of the reservoirs for flood. How could we make so that water could be collected in some area, like a lake area in the river, and later on maybe be distributed? As you said in this example, that the water comes into park and later on is distributed, but it does not flood the areas around. Yes, if you have a certain inclination in the streets so the water does not accumulate. And maybe the university could help on current decisions, green zones, to help Vilnius to live without floods. Well, the floods will be coming, but the decisions should be complex ones, should focus on the fact so our houses and cars don't flood. Okay. University will speak about green zones, yes, okay, in the future. Not only green zones, but also blue zones, maybe. Maybe they could model that about how this precipitation water could be absorbed. We still have streets that are flooded. Maybe there we could think of a certain decision. Next to Petras and Povilas church, I also saw some good examples where water could be absorbed. And I do believe that this could be a really good example. So we have modeling and see how this helps and be an example to other cities. But not all cities are so good in modeling and adapting to climate change. Yes. Let's not criticize now and give a round of applause. Now we'll talk about how much adapting the cities to the future challenges will cost. And the discussion will be moderated, but you can ask questions on Slido program. And we will have an award ceremony and the possibility to communicate in those areas. So please don't run away. Please stay with us. And I see that the chairs are already coming, moving. And I will invite a few speakers. First of all, University representative, Vilnius Tech Urban Department Director, Alista Tavaitė Kurtinaitienė. Also, the Director of Lithuanian Insurance Association, Mr. Romanovskis. Let's hope for the best. Panevėžys City Deputy Chief Architect, Mr. Makrickas, Lithuanian Architect Chamber Director, Algimantas Pliučas, and Minister for Environment, Simonas Gentvilas. When he'll finish the work in parliamentary groups, he can join us as well. And Minister, we can give a round of applause to Minister now. So that's it. We just don't have Insurers Association. If you see Mr. Romanovskis, send him here directly on the stage. You can ask questions as well, and our discussion will be how much the non-adapting the cities or adapting the cities to the future will cost. So what your city is doing, Panevėžys? Well, we are in a good geographical position. These floods don't scare us too much. We have some parks, but Panevėžys from historically has thought about the image of a green city. And it was the first city to make lighting, street lighting from solar panels. Also this lake within the river also helped us a lot. We implemented lots of other interesting solutions. So from the environmental point of view, I think we did quite well. We won the award as an environmental city, but we should be talking not only about green issues. Sustainability is not only about making something green, something nice. We're a compact city, one of the city with the highest density. So what did you do with this lake and this Sandvage project? Quite a lot of you have seen and have been there. We have a university representative, yes. Can you tell a few words? Well, basically, this is a new is old river, new pond in an area of a swamp. And back in 2017, we won architectural tender, and we tried to make something new, to manage the city, to have additional functions, but by not ruining the historical part. So these were sustainable decisions and multifunctional. Any example? You want me to say that everything is driven by wind energy, but no, not really. But sustainable materials were used for construction, and also the water from this artificial pond is being regulated. We also retained the natural habitat and well, not something completely new, but it's a very good place in the center of the city. Good to meet up and go. And this is really sustainable. The city is very green, and this artificial pond is also a green area. Panevėžys, as Edita Lukaitytė said, Panevėžys and Vilnius are best examples in terms of green areas and also adjusting to the climate change. Is that true? I do believe that every city in Lithuania is, well, it's been said a few times, all cities have to prepare for climate change, and green areas that compensate and accumulate all this heat and can help the situation to become better. And yes, Panevėžys has one of the newest projects. It is that's why it's so popular. But I do know that all cities work towards that. They're all trying really hard. Those who manage, then they succeed, and it's great. what actually determines in this in the city that some cities succeed, some not? Maybe this is also the municipalities are responsible for that, and how they treat the problem, how they deal with administrative priority areas in the city, how they see the situation. Panevėžys also wants to respond. Well, about success and non-success, I don't know whether it's success or not, but I think all goes down to planning and thinking, and we're one of the first cities to draft sustainable strategy based not only on Excel charts to achieve that many of pupils, but also to look and manage the projects. And then architecturally we were looking at how the city is going to work, to be managed, what would you visit if you want to visit, let's say, one particular museum? Maybe you should visit something else. So you have to have this urbanistic thinking, and then you can plan more, and the success comes as a given. And yes, people are saying that if you are good in terms of urban planning, can you say that the current planning is really successful? But now let's ask the architects. Are you reacting to what Judita Liukaitytė has said? I do believe that we are reacting, and we are reacting from very old times, and sustainability is always related to greening, making things green. And if we adapt to floods, then maybe if people know that the area is prone to flooding, then the underground parking places are not being launched, are not being established. Of course, where the pavement is quite solid, then maybe we should have basketball or football grounds in order to absorb that water. So we're talking constantly, and this means investing into remembering that with every project you need to think how to adapt it for climate changes. But even Judita said that there is a change in temperature and precipitation will be a challenge, but it is also related to how much water we can absorb, the amount of water that we don't know where to put. We need to assess every situation on an individual basis. Šilutė, for example, that is always flooded. All the houses are on certain logs and or on the mounds, and in the morning you see all the areas flooded, but the houses are okay. So the first skyscraper is being demolished here in Vilnius. In Rome, that we have buildings that are there for thousands of years. So what has ministry failed to do? Also, your question is, why are we demolishing this skyscraper? Yes, there were no regulations, so we don't need to demolish. No, well, this is not maybe your government to blame, but urban structure as a texture remains, but the buildings change. I can also answer, but let's give the minister the floor. It's difficult to assess. Well, innovations became so gained such an impetus that our tolerance to buildings do not really comply with the expectations of business. And some technologies are not good enough, the technical situation is not good enough. Well, it would be difficult to see why the cities should not be rebuilt. It's difficult to say, but we need to do something else, something differently. The question is whether these old, new buildings will survive this real life cycle. The Dutch, the others also spoke about that, the Danes, whether these new buildings will be built in accordance to better principles, better materials, and we would avoid mistakes during the construction process, the maintenance, and so on and so forth. So this is the main issue, whether this new building, instead of the one in Žvėrynas, will be built in accordance to good practice example. We have made a lot of mistakes and we're still making them. But the main issue whether a new building is built with regard to good practice examples. The architects want still to comment. Well, I don't want to blame the ministry, what they did haven't done, but when they built that particular skyscraper, there were no office spaces, and we didn't know how the lessers live, how tall they should be, and what works best on the market. And now we saw that this building is not economically viable, and we need to change things, and it's sometimes better to demolish the old rather than renovate and waste resources on that. So sometimes we need drastic decisions. Inessa, urban planners are very happy that it will be demolished and will have a new decision, because that was an urban mistake. When you go down from Ukmergė bridge, how it distorts the panorama of Vilnius. Our panorama is like our business card, and here we have a piece of modern architecture where the relationship is completely distorted. So, but nobody noticed back then, or noticed, but nobody heard that. Maybe yes, or maybe some things were not done on time, some assessment failed to be done, or maybe business interests were much higher. So we could look for other people to blame, but maybe we can ask whether current city development could be assessed or as a sustainable one. And now, what do you think? Do you think it's sustainable? Well, now Vilnius Vartai next to the parliament should also be demolished, because that's a shame in terms of height. Back in 2006, 7 and 8, in all cities, Klaipėda and others give rise to certain bad solutions, and we need to learn from those mistakes. And if you ask me whether everything is sustainable now, no, in 5 years we will be speaking about mistakes of our today. But what is important that in this community and regional councils to have the standards to be intolerant to such bad solutions. So the Ministry of Environment is a bystander, but we have expert councils. Senior architects have tools to assess that, not mayors. Vilnius mayor is doing that, saying it's nice, not politicians should be doing that, but architects should regain that space, that right, that competence from communities, from mayors, and say that this is, we own that, we're experts, we are creators, and we would need to say something. As far as I see, the architects don't have a lot of say here, and this is their field of competence, and politicians too much interfere into what is most tolerated and not. Well, sometimes it's too much a matter of a community, but it should be a matter of professional community with regional councils, and then we'll have fewer mistakes. But we need the Chamber of Architects and the internal standard. What do we tolerate and what not? And professional self-governance has a lot to say.
So you said that in 5 years' time we will repeat this discussion again? So it kind of follows the election rhythm, the cycle of election. But it's just a joke. So, dear architects, how will you fight back to politicians? We're trying to do that, but politicians are too strong, the same as society is. But when you have these two stronger forces, then it's kind of an explosive powder. And so not the professionals are making those decisions, but society and politicians. So instead of densing the city, a community is saying that we need to create parks here and just build as little as possible. Politicians, on the other hand, and their friends have some areas in the suburbs where they want to have that urban sprawl. So therefore we have more traffic jams, we have bigger services costs. So if you had left this to professionals and their decisions, then you wouldn't have those decisions. Mrs. Inessa, how should we act so that experts, in this case architects, would have a bigger role in this? From an academic point of view, I would say that we are motivating the students, we're showing them how they should fight for it, because something that they create is the true value. They have to put those arguments on the table and have counter-arguments against them. And if you don't receive counter-arguments, then obvious that you're right. You want to comment? I would say that for me personally and for municipal architects, we have more and more tools that allow to evaluate projects and to create standards for your city. And some cities may have higher standards than their neighbors. And we also have guidelines for cities which create competitiveness among cities. And we can compete who is more sustainable, for example. I will open the stage, open the floor for questions, even for the audience, because I hear some noise around. But I will pose another question. Do you have a good practice example from your experience? Do you have an example in mind that the city has done something well, that future-proofing will not cost them that much? For example, that it's so good that we have this renovating requirement, because otherwise that building would have fallen down, but it didn't. So could you find an example in that area with some concrete examples, because it really inspires us? Could we start with architects? Probably every building has some good practice points, whether it will cost us the future-proofing of our cities. For example, that we have to paint buildings white so that they won't absorb heat. This is the most simple example, because white also has less pigment, so it's cheaper. But let's say that it's really for a short period of time that we have those heat waves, so that it's nonsensical to paint it white. Why not? It depends on the side of the building. For example, if you're oriented towards south, you would have one color, and whereas you have windows to the north, then you would have something else. So it's kind of a cheap solution. But have you seen a building which would have where you would see, now that's a good solution. You see here, the northern side is black and the southern one is white. What a wonderful idea I came up with. Okay, we'll give a word to Chief Architect of Panevėžys, if you can come up with a good example. We have a good white building that has recently opened. Stasys Museum that has been opened in June, I think, and it attracted so many visitors. But it's just attractive, or is it sustainable? Well, you've been talking about white color, and it's white, so that's why I've said it. We have examples. We have this, as I mentioned, this Oxbow Lake, and we have other areas. So there are many sustainable solutions we try to do every day so that we won't be ashamed of them in the future. And we want to create spaces where we want to spend time and we want to have a walk. So we're working in that direction. Inessa, do you have an example you can give? We're trying to make solutions cheaper because we're creating experts in our university so that we wouldn't need to outsource our expertise somewhere else. They have sustainable development in mind. They have different indexes in mind that create additional value, added value. So we are investing in our future so that it would cost less. But I want to go back to one of your questions. You were asking what city was sustainable. Cities in Lithuania are so detached because we have such legal acts that we're unable to attract them to ourselves. What do you mean that you cannot attract them? Because all the norms I don't remember exactly, but you have different rules so that they would be as far away from water bodies as possible. For example, you have the territories in the west of Lithuania. But in reality, for example, rainfall damages infrastructure, so maybe you don't have to attract cities closer to the water bodies. But we are so far away that we're not even threatened by floods. Mr. Gentvilas. They are good examples. I don't want to mention Vilnius again, but they have infrastructure development, tax relief, encouraging water infiltration into the ground. We also have bad examples like Klaipėda district, where there's no water management when it comes to rainfall, and so it's flooded all the time. I disagree that we are pushing objects away from water. For example, Marijampolė has developed a project next to the water bodies. But these are exceptions. Okay, these are. But the projects have to be at the scale so that the district itself would decide on their development. I don't like the idea of lobbyism. So you can choose another term if you wish. Let's say that if you had this strict regulation in the Netherlands, the Netherlands wouldn't be what they are now, what it is now. You have underground parking under a canal. or have tunnels under canals, because they know that they live next to water bodies and they have to deal with it. We want to live next to water bodies, and we have to learn how to live next to them, because people love water, they love living close to it. But we as urban planners, regulators, decision makers, we have to create conditions to invest into areas next to water bodies. But one of those crazy examples, you want to build a building next to a water body, you have to build a building and then you have to dig a pond, because otherwise it would be illegal. Another example, in Svensele, for example, if Svensele wanted to be developed next to canals, they wouldn't have those permits to build them. But in the opposite direction, if you build the buildings fast and then you dig the canals, then it's suddenly legal. And now we're fascinated by that district. And I think they're trying to build a church there so that they would have a different status then. I think we should probably change our approach to developments next to water bodies and allow it in some areas. Creators who went to the Netherlands to study, they found a way how to do this and apply this in Lithuania. Now we have projects we're proud of. So we have to live with climate change and with flooding. So we have to get out of that shell. Private business is building for residents, and we have to use this opportunity. I wanted to pose this question in a neutral way, but it's good that it brought up some emotions, because then it's more interesting and more exciting. We often say that Lithuania is a place where we have a lot of rain, and we are a rainy country. But somehow it seems like we are unaware that we can be flooded. Maybe it comes from the idea that we are agriculturals and so farmers, so therefore the land by the water is not as valuable. Last year, when the Nevėžis dam was broke down, Nevėžis went up. The Nevėžis River went up significantly, and we didn't have to evacuate half the city. So there was no tragedy in that. So it's close to us, and if we take into account geopolitical situation, we have to keep this in mind, and how to manage water sustainably, whether it's rainfall, and what we would have to do if the strategic objects were damaged. We also have to take that into account. Last year, we did this piece of research. We worked in Kaunas by the river banks, and there was this index that only 11% of riverbanks is urbanized in Kaunas, meaning 89% is non-urbanized riverbanks. Do we have a number for other towns? Some data? Would it be similar or different? I cannot tell you. But I think that in Vilnius it's more, but it could be quite similar. Architects want to respond? I wanted to put this idea out there that natural challenges could be used for our own advantage, aesthetically. If we have ponds, canals, or some other infrastructure where rainfall would get into, then it would have an aesthetic value as well. If it's just physics, how do you use heat? If we have a system of natural cooling, that the heat is going up and we will open certain valves and close others, then we would have this draft that would result into natural cooling of the building, and we won't need to use electricity, but we would just use natural processes to our own advantage. So the goal would be to figure out how to use nature to our advantage. We have already employed sun, so to speak, and wind. Maybe we need more of that in Lithuania. Yes, probably at different scales. Every building in every city should have to use it. We have agreed that businesses would love to develop by the water bodies. But what about sustainable city solutions? We have been talking only about initiatives by municipality. What about private developers? How do we motivate them? Who would like to address this question? Private developers should be allowed instead of restricted. But if you only allow them, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will come. We heard in the previous presentation that if a territory is flooded, then you have to restrict development there. But maybe we shouldn't. If the developer knows that it can be flooded, maybe the building itself would be different. How do we encourage business? How have you been encouraging it this past year? I have given this example before, but I have met the Minister of Water Management in the Netherlands. They said they built the Netherlands on the swamp. So based on Lithuanian regulation, it would have never been built at all. But you can take a look at it from another angle. We use 1.2% GDP in order to protect 40% of area of the country, which is underwater. But this territory creates 70% of GDP. So we probably reverse the question. We shouldn't destroy the balance of natural balance, but urbanized territory should have conditions to tackle climate challenges. For example, the Netherlands have much more challenges than we do, but we have to solve this well. So the government will not have enough funds to solve all the systems related to dams, let's say, or polders or anything like that. And developers, when they buy this land, they can do it. So together with banks, developers can evaluate whether climate change is relevant to that particular project. And the same goes for insurers. For example, if you employ a plumber who is not certified, then the insurer will not cover those costs for you. So we can have those mechanisms and we can incorporate them and leave this responsibility to insurers. For example, we'll have a compensation system. Will the damages affect the value of the real estate, etc., etc. Our discussion is going to an end. And we talked about cities coming closer to water bodies, but we have too strict regulation to do that, so maybe we should change it so that we would encourage development there. We also said that there are some good examples in Panevėžys, for example, green spaces there. And architects are also thinking of climate change and its effects from different angles. And we heard about this in the previous presentation. And the temperature is getting closer to 0 degrees, so it's going to be that we'll have heat waves, and then we have some cold winters as well, and precipitation and floods will also affect us. So the question for you as an insurer, I have a question: how do you evaluate the risks in the urban areas? Floods, storms, what else? Heat waves. How is it reflected in the insurance cost? I now know how I am dependent on technology. I technically overslept, so sorry about this. Insurers really feel what is happening, and climate change is a very important factor nowadays. I'll give you a few simple examples. Insurers would include floods into the rules, and they wouldn't insure against floods in Shilutė district. The last 10 years, everything has changed. You're not insuring anything? We insure everything. Are you insured? I cannot answer because it's not about me. You said that we're not insuring anything. I was just trying to... I thought that you're not insuring because floods are getting more frequent. I'll finish my thought though. Now, suddenly, floods become an everyday life suddenly in unexpected areas. So earlier, we used to know that you have a flood every spring, you'll have a flood in Shilutė district. So we cannot insure against that because this is a typical occurrence. Whereas there are some areas where you would have never had a storm or a flood, but now this has become something regular. For example, the district of Kaunas, next to the Nevėžis River, a flood is quite a regular thing. And so a person who tries to insure his house in that area, it has become something of an impossibility because the floods have become regular. For many years, urban development has been very chaotic. We had micro-districts and different kinds of neighborhoods where people would not even consider flood as a possibility at all. But now we see that private houses are flooded. And people are just wondering how is that possible because you don't have the Nemunas River there to flood it. But now rainfall infrastructure is not developed. So, for example, a private owner can sign a contract and see the risks related. It's not clear how it's going to develop in the future. Probably some insurers will evaluate climate map and will see that if you're buying housing in a particular area, it doesn't fall under particular risk. Some meteorological phenomena become a reality suddenly. And obviously insurers pay you if you experience such damages that were unexpected. And they are out of insurance model, outside the insurance model. And obviously this results in a different cost.
Well, to what extent the insurance payouts increased with regard to climate changes? Well, the last storm lasted for 24 hours. Very often, the wind just abruptly takes out or removes the roof. Remember, the president actually went to see in Varėna when due to climate change you receive such a damage. That was the first and most expensive case. Before that, Anatolius in 97 or 8 was the highest storm. But this one was really harsh because that lasted for 24 hours. So I can't really tell, but in this last damage, we're talking about more than 10 million euros, what insurers pay as damages. Half of the inhabitants are not insured, so all the electricity lines were disrupted and the damages were done due to climate change. And the last question, and we will move to summary. When you say, for example, that next to Nevėžis you cannot really get insured, in Šilutė not really, are there any places where you can still get insured, but it's quite expensive? You are interpreting me in a wrong way. No, you cannot insure from flood risk, but from fire, others, and storm you can get insured. So you have to be really careful because the insurance is a totality of different risks. In Šilutė you cannot get insured from flood, but from fire, yes, you can, from storm or from snow breaking into your apartment, for example, via the roof. And now we're talking about making a climate map where banks, when they will be issuing loans, they will assess climate factors and risks with regard to climate change, because this can influence the property price, and the insurers also can reflect on that and assess that. The insurers reduce the requirements for high winds, for storms, when insurers say that the storm is so big that I cannot take the risk. And you have to undertake the risk. We will insure, and it will be more expensive. Don't be such categorical. We are coming to the end of the discussion. I need to get everything from you. So this map, when it's going to be? So the question to the Lithuanian Bank. Okay, dear all, we have to summarize. Let's see the last comment in the reaction of insurers or remembering the discussion question. How much the non-adapting, non-adjusting the city to the challenges will cost, or maybe what should we do so it doesn't cost? Well, the insurers can tell us how much it's going to cost. They will set the costs, and then every client then designing a building can ask or can give this question to the rest. And then you can actually tell to insurers, and the insurers can actually have this technical division, and they assess every project on an individual basis. You can insure from fire also all the buildings, but they will cost maybe more. And individual assessment most probably will not going to happen, and it's unrealistic for the insurer to solve every case because the market is big. Maybe sometime in the future. We can't really focus on the fact that urban problems could be solved via control, checking the projects, and so on and so forth. Mr. Makrickas, well, it will cost a lot, or maybe more, but here we have to talk about low-quality development, low-quality cities, because that costs even more. The health of people costs even more. Short-term, short-lived decisions could determine very poor quality of life. So long-term planning, thinking about sustainability and environmental decisions, social order in the city could determine a lot. And I think in the future we will see where cities managed well and where did not achieve good results. So we need to develop with sense. Okay, it's good that you came and we had some drama, everybody understood that. Well, I will say one thing, that each and every one of us can contribute. So it costs less, so we need to be more focused on the civic education. We need to think about specialists that think in a community way. And Augustas is our specialist, of course, and they have all the package, a toolkit of measures that could be adapted in a real situation. We contribute to the reduction of price or cost. Mr. Gentvilas, what is going to be your last project or activity in the ministry? We just approved a new construction regulation in Lithuania, and the fact was borne in mind that it's getting warmer, more humid in Lithuania. But in Austria, in Vienna, just overcame one of the biggest floods because they were ready. And we, as an advanced and smart country, will manage that. But we need to accumulate resources in the cities. And Mr. Dargis spoke about that we need real estate tax where infrastructure could be based on basically rain tax paid by legal persons and not natural persons. We can go away from that, but when we have additional development, then people pay for additional connection conditions and for the development. But to prepare current infrastructure, we need those two taxes. So the municipality and surface water heating is not adequate, and we lack resources. We need to think about current infrastructure, being prepared, so city dwellers have to be ready for that. We need to have certain resources to do that, because current self-governance, due to high taxes, they're competing with the regions. We need to see good practice examples like Vienna, not like the Polish region that was also flooded but managed poorly. But we need to be collectively ready. Mr. Romanovskis, what do we need to do so we don't need your services? Be rich. Well, rich people don't need insurance. Insurance is needed for those who don't have the money. You can buy a new house, no problem. If you're a billionaire, you don't need an insurance. You asked me, I answered. You need to be rich, but not everybody can be rich. And the experience shows that those who were insured in Viršuliškės won. But my answer to the discussion question is that everything is going to be more expensive. Whether this price is going to be as high, so it's not, it's going to contribute to the social divide, or whether the price will be adequate, and insurance are only a backbone, but you need to do your homework. So if accidentally in Bajori we have floods, the insurer could come and say that no, this damage shouldn't have happened if you manage everything well. If your roof has holes, then during the flood you don't receive compensation for damages. So we will be paying more, and those who are not ready and will not want to pay, they will pay even more, because the damages will be recurring. Well, we need to say that we should reduce consumption and not contribute to climate change consequences. Then the likelihood of floods will reduce, the scope of climate change will be smaller maybe. So we need to have such a strategy. We do have it in the European Union. Mr. Gentvilas wanted to say something, right? Well, the society will overcome this challenge, but only those who will think in a state-like way, urbanizing not within the land plot, but thinking about that like Germans did in Rusne and Shilutė. And collectively they were dealing with that. Thank you very much for your wishes. Thank you very much to the participants of the discussion. We're very happy. And now I would like to ask Mr. Gentvilas to stay here. I will thank, we will award people and institutions that worked a lot. We can leave the chairs here for professional insights. What is going to happen? Farewell, giving thanks? Well, a few people should be rewarded for being together, for working together, not only in Urban Forum, but also with land management reform, also the land purpose reform, and so on and so on. SDV reform. Without people who were together with us, it wouldn't have happened, because they would accumulate competences. They also helped us with legal advice, international partners, and also showed us best practice examples. Thank you very much to those people. And I would like to wish all the best for their future, because laws are one thing and implementation is quite a different matter. So please disseminate this idea, and really thank you from the Ministry of, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, and we would like to thank you for professional insights, practical examples, rational proposals in creating good solutions. Darius Gedvilas, Lithuanian Construction Association. Please give a round of applause. Great, thank you. Really beautiful. token of appreciation. Thank you very much for professional insights, practical examples, rational proposals for developing sustainable development strategy, Lithuanian Real Estate Association, Mindaugas Statulevičius. So we have a tool for surplus water. Great to give a round of applause to everyone for professional insights, rational proposals in creating urban development policy. Chair Algimantas Pliučis and council members from Lithuanian Architects Chamber and Association. Thank you very much. Thank you. For great contribution in terms of renovation, energy efficiency projects, institution Let's Renovate the City, and Eglė Randytė. Maybe we have a representative from municipality. Let's give a round of applause. We will somehow give this award also for the promotion of the development of the city, active participation. Migla, community chair, Mr. Dzedulioninė. Let's give a round of applause. We still have a few that we don't see here. In the future, you will be able to pass them on to those for professional insights, practical experience, rational proposals in creating sustainable construction policy, design association, Mr. Bartkevičius, Mušauskas, and the others. If you are here, please come closer. Lithuanian Engineers Union, Robertas Encius, Director, and for partnership in taking part in legislative process, constructive discussions or proposals, Real Estate or Housing Association Director, Mr. Čaplikas. And now a huge round of applause to each and every one of you. Please don't run away. You will be able to communicate in this beautiful space. Thank you very much for staying, and see you next time.